All right, Daniel. I'm
All right.
excited to see what the first pick is.
Yeah.
So, a little bit of background on these drafters. Cass, Ketsi, Val, and Teddy have all drafted a lot in this cube. Marshall is relatively new.
All
Charles,
right.
Dexter, and Kenyon very infrequently do roto drafts here.
Got it. Jace Vryn's Prodigy, the first pickup. Great card, I think. Not surprised to see it going early. I remember a few drafts ago, me first picking it. It'll be interesting to see if and how that goes. But I think strong, flexible, blue makes sense.
Yeah, it's been a high pick recently. I
Yeah.
personally, I'm not sure how I feel about it as a second pick, but people do seem to, or sorry, as a first pick, but people do seem to like it a lot, and it's certainly competitive.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thoughtseize.
Thoughtseize.
That's a bold
One of
one for pick two.
Yeah, I think for me when I think about kind of the structure of this, I think you have to go powerful, flexible early,
Yeah,
like a little less committal, and so Thoughtseize to me makes sense kind of in that context.
I
Um,
agree. Jace the Mind Sculptor, pretty classic. Umezawa's Jite, also very classic.
yep.
Marshall, Jite is an interesting one because it's a more than some of these other ones, it's pretty flexible. It lets you be any of the supported aggro archetypes in the cube,
Yep.
which cover
Yep.
basically all the colors. But the middle of the table is one of the least rewarding spots for being flexible. Not that it's not rewarding, just that it's not as much as being on the edge where you need to react to 7 different picks
Yeah, absolutely.
between your drafts.
Common players Lutri and Oko picked up next,
Yeah, I'm surprised
followed
to
by
see
the
Lutri
Lightning
going
Bolt.
this way. Like, I think this is the latest it's gone since it's been added to the cube.
Hmm.
Lightning Bolt is a really good one. I love Lightning Bolt as a flexibility pick towards the edges of the table because
Yeah.
there's I've gone to really great lengths in this cube to support red as both an aggressive color and a controlling color, and Lightning
Yep.
Bolt really gives you the ability to play either of those really effectively without
Yeah.
sacrificing very much.
Yeah, I think the next pick will be kind of indicative of what the directionality of Dexter's draft will be. If we see something like a Goblin Guide or a Bone Crusher Giant, which it would not surprise me to see, then we know that that's maybe perhaps a little bit more of an aggro directionality. Though obviously both the Bone Crusher at least is still pretty flexible. It wouldn't also surprise me to see something that was just like Splinter Twin, like blam, like now I'm in it and I'm building that kind of a deck.
Yeah, Splinter Twin is a rough one with 3 people already in blue,
Yeah,
possibly also Charles. Uh,
yeah,
Teddy really taking their sweet time here.
yeah.
Oh
I mean, I
shit!
think
Teddy doesn't have edit access.
well, that would
My fault. Oh, someone else gave it to him.
excellent.
To them.
Emrakul
Emrakul,
and
Luca.
Luca.
Gotta love it.
I'm a sucker for that strategy. I've had stuff similar to that. Dexter picking up Ponder.
Ponder's
So
a really fascinating one. It strongly signals twin, but it's also not taking twin.
yeah, I mean, I think that could leave you in a slightly difficult spot if you see Charles Kenyon or even Cass picking up one of the twin pieces.
Or
Suddenly,
even 2
that's
of the twin pieces, you know?
yeah, or yeah. I think that could be a real. That kind of becomes very difficult for Dexter to navigate.
I'm just making sure. There's always some kind of spreadsheet headache that happens.
I can't even imagine. All right. Dig through
Val takes
time.
preordain, dig through time. You know, so we have 4 people solidly in blue right now,
Yeah.
which I hope means that someone will either sort of try to go a little bit less blue heavy than they would otherwise, or
Hmm.
uh,
Yeah, it could be a real big fight.
and certainly I don't expect Ketsi, Marshall, or Teddy to touch blue with a 10-foot pole.
Yeah, I would hope. Bitter Blossom, smart pickup. I think Ketsi, just because I've been in a couple of drafts with Ketsi recently, has really wanted to play a black, like a heavy black strategy. Noticeably missing here from almost all of the last 6 rotos is a pick of Skull Clamp in the first 2 passes.
Yeah. People are finally cottoning on that card is not as good as they want it to be.
Yeah. Though it certainly wouldn't surprise me to see Ketsi pick up a Skull Clamp, having just locked in Bitter Blossom. Obviously, that's a pretty powerful pairing.
Yeah, although I wouldn't be surprised to see Marshall grab it either. I think it's better in the white deck than it is in the black deck, although with Bitter Blossom, it's certainly fine for Ketsi.
Yeah.
All right, Cass going into white, which is currently largely uncontested color. Marshall is white, but won't be fighting for the controlling cards, which gives Cass pretty free reign. Interesting, no one has taken a single green card. I'm expecting Teddy will go green for things like Elvish Piper, Champion of Ronos, and other ways to cheat out powerful
Flooded Strand.
creatures like Emrakul.
I think that makes sense. I was surprised to see Val pick up Preordain as opposed to something like
right.
or Noble Hierarch.
Oko is green.
Oko is green. Green-blue.
I think Preordain makes some sense given that Dexter has clearly signaled how high he's valuing cantrips. I like Smuggler's Copter there from Ketsi. That's one that Marshall and Dexter... I guess if Dexter's not aggro, maybe less so, but that's something Marshall is definitely looking to fight for. And anyone else who sort of wants to have an aggro plan, or even if Cass decides to do a reanimation plan,
personally,
Copter's great.
Yeah, I mean, Copter, I think Copter should be a first-tier pass-through card and just hasn't been prioritized quite the same way or as heavily, though I'm glad to see it poking its head up here. Mana Leak, Kenny is really solid, strong, kind of blue control. Skull Clamp.
Scalding Tarn. Early lands all around. Usually it's round 4 or 5 that the fetch lands really start going. And you can see Ketsi, Kenyon, Marshall aren't taking the bait. Marshall really doesn't need lands. He could easily be mono white. Kenyon
really
probably can't swing mono blue, so we'll need lands at some point.
Yeah, I think that I think that seeing kind of what lands go might help inform Kenyon's second color.
Yeah,
I'd really like to see Dexter abandon the Ponder pick here, quite honestly.
Yeah,
I'd like to see like a Bone Crusher Giant. I'd like to see something that indicates aggro. 'Cause red aggro has been one of the best performing archetypes every time I've drafted this cube.
Yeah.
And I think it looks wide open right now. You lost the Copter, and that's okay. But I think continuing to try and force when you have Charles so well established in kind of blue-reddish as a spot. You have Val picking up fire, so now you're also fighting for the blue-red fixing in some sort of teamer, presumably ramp kind of deck.
Yeah, Val leaning really heavily into red. I mean, clearly Val wants to do the Fires deck again. We saw that I believe he drafted that last time, or maybe I'm thinking of a table draft. But I think it was Roto. I don't like that from him. I don't like going 3 colors early in general. I think the way you want to go 3 colors in Cube is by reacting to what other people are drafting so that you can float lands late. Going 3 colors when there are already 4 blue players, 2 of whom are blue-red, seems bananas to me.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that assuming Val really wants that deck, that could be a strong signal to decks for like, hey, abandon ship, go into mono. Yeah, great pickup.
Bone Crusher Giant is a terrific one.
Yeah. It doesn't fully abandon the Ponder, but I'd like to see, a really contested red card. Generally, for me, the way I think about rotoing a red aggressive deck, I think the big contested cards that you see are cheap burn spells, and in this cube, the really powerful 3-drops around, like the Rabble Master and the Legion Loyalist. I'd like to see one of those pickups to really say, like, hey, you know what? This blue-red plan isn't going to work.
Phoenix or Ashcloud Phoenix, the 3-mana Phoenix that has escape, I think is
a tier
Phoenix, with Rabble Master.
I think it's extremely strong. I think that people who are like blue red or splashing red aren't going to value it as highly, right? I wouldn't expect Charles to be picking up the Phoenix that
That's
early.
true. Like, certainly Rabblemaster's a higher pick. And Teddy here taking Rabblemaster
Taking
and
Rabblemaster.
Warboss, recognizing that those are things Dexter will want, recognizing that Charles could easily play them. I think that's a really smart pick from Teddy. Like,
Yeah.
they could carve out more of their plan A by taking, a black reanimation spell or a green cheaty spell, but taking Rabblemaster and Warboss here shows that they understand who the other drafters at the table are and what the cards those drafters want and would take from them are. It's just, that's grade A roto drafting.
Yeah, I think Dexter's in a bit of a tough spot right now.
I want to take a moment to shout out Sarah's constant opinion that it's Jesse Mason's fault that we have Ponder and Preordain going round 2, that Jesse raised the stock of those cards so highly, single-handedly, that makes people fight over them even when they maybe shouldn't. Dexter taking Chandra, Torch of Defiance, which is a good card. I don't think it's an amazing card in anything that Dexter is, thinking about doing. I don't think anyone else is going to take that in the next 2 picks, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, this could be Dexter, again, still trying to keep a point of view on some kind of red controlling strategy. Lightning Bolt, Bone Crusher, still very good. If you went into something like Rakdos mid-range, and then Chandra would be more powerful in that shell than I think Chandra is in just kind of the pure red aggro deck, where Chandra's a strong kind of like curve topper, but maybe not even the best of them.
Yeah. So we see Val take Misty Rainforest here. Finally taking some fixing in his 3-color deck. Charles takes Polluted Delta. Charles, notorious lover of fixing. Marshall taking Path to Exile, which is a reasonable one. That's something that Cass is likely to want. Kenyon really just taking advantage of the fact that other people are taking fixing to just take really powerful blue cards.
Yep.
Cass takes Marsh Flats and Mindstone. It looks like Cass might be trying to run back her Esper Reanimator deck from last draft that she did really well with. I really hate Mindstone here over not Coalition Relic, although Coalition Relic also would be really good, over Cold Steel Heart. I think Cold Steel Heart is... Oh, sorry. Ketsi had taken Cold Steel Heart immediately before that. I missed it.
I'm surprised to see this out of Ketsi. I'm not entirely sure where she's going to go from here, because Smuggler's Copter, Bitter Blossom, Thoughtseize seemed like kind of a, to me, a direction that seemed a little bit more like maybe aggressive, focus on attacking. To see the Heart and the Relic, I think there's something more going on there, and I'm interested to see kind of where that goes.
I think it's difficult to make a black focus deck that has aggression as its plan A. I think my guess as to what's on Ketsi's mind here is leaving herself open to taking a bunch of the really powerful black gold cards. Like black blue and black red both have incredible gold cards, and being sort of a close to mono black but with a bunch of gold cards deck. Yeah, Sarah in chat is saying her bet is safe. We made a bet prior to this starting that I bet that Funbucks, of course, that Shatterskull Summit would be taken earlier than it was last draft. Sarah bet that it would be taken later. Given that Dexter is not familiar with the new cards very much, I think Sarah is likely to win that bet. If it's taken in the next 3 picks by Dexter or Teddy, I win. But I think more than likely Sarah's going to win.
Yeah.
Val takes Wooded Foothills, another great land pickup. Although, again, not excited by his immediate staking of a 3-color claim.
Yeah.
Dexter takes Bloodstained Mire. Interesting. So Dexter's still at least gesturing at the possibility of going multicolor. and not just sticking with mono red. It's possible that
Yeah.
like Dexter believes that Teddy is just going to be, quote, the mono red deck, which is entirely possible. I think being a really low curve red deck that just has outs to Luca Emrakul is really good. Teddy also taking a fetch land.
Wow. Interesting.
Yeah.
Sudden demise.
I don't know if I'm down with that. I think Teddy has better things to fight over with Charles and Dexter both being in red.
Yeah, I agree. Oh, there it is.
I win my bet.
The fun bucks. Interesting to see the Meyer there then. I'm surprised the Meyer there makes less sense to me, because I feel like if you're going to take the Meyer, I would expect to see kind of a pivot into black, which clearly isn't here. Share Skull Smashing, great card in a red deck.
Yeah, I think Shatterskull Smashing is terrific. That's why Sarah and I made this bet, because I'm constantly harping on how that card's undervalued. I think just having a land that's a spell is incredible in an aggro deck or a control deck. Val takes Sheldock Isle, very powerful card. Charles takes Treasure Cruise.
You put all the unfair cards into one deck.
No one yet has taken Steam Vents, which is really interesting, given that like it's kind of the card that turns on a lot of these fetches in a way.
Yep.
Not that there aren't Triomes that are also good, but Steam Vents is better for everyone other than Val.
Yeah. I like how Marshall's navigating this early part. I think he's doing exactly what you want to do when you're in the white deck, which is taking cards away that other people might want, right?
Yeah.
You're going to be able to get 1-drops. You're going to be able to get your 2-drops. You're going to be able to get, most of the white cards that you want. So really, you're almost building for the sideboard and things you can't get. And when you see Path and Judgment, I think those are two great pickups. I think Revoker's a great pickup.
Yeah, especially because it's colorless and can fit in anyone's deck. Even controlling decks like it as Planeswalker hate. Like Marshall's deck, at least past the first couple picks, is definitely not just a list of the most powerful cards in the mono-white aggro deck in order. It's nowhere close to that. Marshall hasn't taken Adonto Vanguard. He hasn't taken Selfless Spirit. He hasn't taken Luminous Broodmoth. All of these really crucial cards for that deck. But he doesn't need to, because, like, is Cass going to take Adonto Vanguard? No, absolutely not.
Yeah. Okay,
Ketsi takes Liliana. Yeah, I think Ketsi is planning to do black with splashes for gold cards.
Okay.
Because
that'll be interesting to see how that shapes up in the context of the land rush.
Yeah, I mean, if no one else is actually blue-black or red-black specifically, then Ketsi can just take a lot of those lands. Those are, I think, the two best black X colors. Although I know Ketsi also loves Marin of Clan Neltoth, and no one is even gesturing at being black-green at this point. So
yeah. Well, that's why I was surprised at Dexter's pickup of Shatterskull Smashing after the Mire. I had assumed that the Mire was going to be followed by something like a Blood Crypt to really more strongly signal that. But I think just taking a random fetch if you're going to be in red is kind of not a huge value added to your deck.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of, again, comes down to whether Dexter is thinking of himself as more of an aggressive deck or more of a controlling deck. Because if he's controlling, it makes sense to take a fetch land and have like a small splash in another color for some powerful gold cards, sort of like we're talking about with Ketsi here. But if he's planning on being aggressive, if you're playing another color in an aggressive deck, you either want a lot of fixing so that you can play the powerful aggressive cards on curve, or you want a monocolor deck so that you just never deal with land issues.
Yeah, agree. Windswept Heath, Dark Confidant out of Cass.
Yeah, Cass. I mean, it. No one else is gesturing anywhere near the reanimation deck unless Ketsi really goes into it sort of from left field. So Cass can sort of afford to slow roll a bunch of the core card picks and focus on mana fixing to make sure that she's able to cast all her spells.
Yeah. An excellent read on Ketsi, picking up Verdant Catacombs.
Yep.
Potentially pivoting into that Golgari, Marin sort of a deck.
Kenyon Thieving Skydiver looking good against Ketsi. Marshall cast to some degree. Not so much against anyone else, but you can steal Val's food tokens.
Yeah, that's very true. That's a thing you need.
Charles
Spirit.
taking Force of Negation. Someone needs to fucking take a Steam Vents or I'm gonna scream.
I would not be surprised to see either a Steam Vents or a Stomping Ground here from Val.
Yeah. I mean, Steam Vents is definitely the more...
shocked to not see either.
Steam Vents is the more contested one. Taking Stomping Ground over Steam Vents when no one else is looking to be red-green. And,
yeah.
I mean, actually, that's not true. Dexter or Teddy could easily go green as their second color, especially Teddy, given that green pairs best with Emrakul over any other color. And neither Dexter nor Teddy is likely to take a Steam Vents. I guess Dexter could if he's still planning on playing this Ponder. But
yeah, I mean, yeah.
Val doesn't care. Val's just going to take a Fire Prophecy. I don't like that pick. Fire Prophecy is a great card. Don't get me wrong.
Great card.
But yeah, I'm not saying it's a bad card. I'm saying you need to prioritize this fixing that everyone is sort of pretending isn't highly contested right now, you know?
Yeah.
But it is highly contested. I do like Dexter here prioritizing the cheap burn spells. Just because,
agree.
Like, there are a fair number of them, but there aren't infinite, and they are really important to living through the early game and just closing out a game for the ones that can deal damage to players, like Burst Lightning, unlike Fire Prophecy.
For all the difficulties that Dexter's had kind of with pressure from both of the players on kind of either side, I think there is still a lot of flexibility. There's the Stomping Ground. Ground
so Teddy is
away.
Going for more of a... looking like more of a rampy, control-y style of this deck, probably. Although there are still openings for them to take some of the more aggressive green-red cards.
I think that's true.
And we see Val really punished here for not picking up those Shocklands. Yeah, although it's worth saying again, Val does have access to Ketria Triome, which is a full 3-color, all of his colors land. So
true.
Losing a shock is a little bit less painful, but I still think you want those shocks real bad. And you want them over burn spells that are kind of replaceable. Like, Fire Prophecy is better than Lightning Strike, for sure. But it's not, like, enough better. It's not... Fire Prophecy isn't better than Steam Vents plus Lightning Strike.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think a Lightning Strike would be a fine pickup here for Dexter. I think a very salty pickup would be that Steam Vents.
Yeah.
And I wonder if that's kind of a big question, because you have the Mire, you have the Ponder, you can kind of continue to put pressure on other people. I think this might be the most aggressive player interaction I've seen in the Roto draft in the last couple of drafts that I've been in. I think people haven't been quite as cutthroat in taking things away from other players.
Yeah, well,
really an interesting to watch.
We've seen people be really willing to just step on people's colors here. The sort of running joke is that in every Roto, one of blue or red is wildly overdrafted and one of them is wildly underdrafted. This is a Roto where we're seeing both blue and red be wildly overdrafted. Am I crazy? Has Steam Vents already been taken?
Let me very quickly.
Here, I can go to the remaining cards page and look.
It has not.
No, okay. No. Wow.
I wonder if we're seeing someone not go to that page and is just trying to, assume.
Yeah.
But very few of the shocks have been taken.
All the
fetches are out. No, the stomping ground was taken by
Stomping
Teddy.
ground.
Yeah, they did a good job picking that up. Sensor,
Thalia and Ancestral Vision being picked in reverse order for some reason. I wonder if Marshall just said Thalia out loud or something.
yeah, yeah.
I don't like Thalia here over Adonto Vanguard. Like, no one else... Both of them are aggressive cards that no one else wants, but Adonto Vanguard's just a better card.
I think that there's probably... I
Whoa! Sorry to interrupt. Cass just took Hex Drinker out of absolutely nowhere.
Huh. I mean, this has to be some sort of green...
Oh, yeah. Kes did actually tell me about this. She's drafting Luris. I forgot that she mentioned this to me as a possibility. That's why she took Mind Stone so highly as well. So I guess she's not going to be the sort of Esper Reanimator deck. I thought maybe she was running back. I guess she's going to be Abzan Luris.
Abzan or... No, because the blue is powerful. I can't imagine that she's going to abandon Jace Fractured Identity.
Oh, yeah.
Like maybe a Sultai Luris. Or a 4-color Luris.
It's going to be 4-color Luris.
That's going to be wild. Which is amazing.
But you're right. It could be Sultai. She is...
Yeah.
No, it couldn't. Because Fractured Identity is both white and blue.
Yeah.
So she has white, blue, black, and green spells in her deck.
All right. So this Hex Drinker, we're going to see Cass pick up a bunch of looters, and this Hex Drinker is just going to be only playable via Luris.
Luris Hex Drinker is a sick one. Ketsi takes Once Upon a Time, which is probably later than that card should go. That's another one Val probably should have valued over like Fire Prophecy.
Yeah, it's amazing how the land rush started and stopped. It won't surprise me to see another like mid-draft land rush.
Yeah, like
wait, none of the shocks are gone.
A shock, and finally Charles takes Steam Vents. So Val really needs to take Ketria Triome here, or Breeding Pool would also be quite good. But Ketria Triome's got to be better. Especially because with Steam Vents off the table, if Dexter or Charles, or not, if Dexter or Charles wants to wants to have another blue-red shock, or a blue-red fetchable land, Ketria Triome is one of the only options, and certainly the option they'll value over the Jeskai Triome, given that no one is in Jeskai.
Yeah, I think one of the things that's so wild about this setup right now is no one seems to have any use for 1 mana creatures, right?
Yeah.
I think like the statement I was going to say is I actually like Breeding Pool better because you want untapped green sources if you're going to play your 1 mana creatures, but it does not look like that is anyone's plan. I think we haven't seen Birds, which is usually a much stronger pickup. Noble Hierarch, which is a much stronger pickup, or much higher pickup, I should say. More accurately.
I mean, I'm generally an advocate of not picking those as highly as people do, because there's so much redundancy in the slot. Mm-hmm. But certainly seeing none of them by pick 9 is surprising. I'm guessing that Teddy will end up going that direction, especially because they work well with Luca and Emrakul.
I actually don't think so. I think I would, because Teddy's picking up Farseek in Utopia Sprawl and has Sudden Demise, to me it's starting to look a little bit more like there's a plan there to avoid creatures. It would not surprise me Teddy...
It might be a Wildfire deck that Teddy's working towards.
Exactly. I completely agree. I think that there's... this is actually... we were talking briefly before the stream started. I had this wild idea of like Gigantha Golos, and this build is looking pretty similar to the kinds of things I was thinking about in that deck, getting the Utopia Sprawls and the Farseeks and being able to get to 5 colors. I think Teddy's potentially in the window for a Golos, right? Especially with Utopia Sprawl. If we see Teddy pick up something like a Boros Signet, I would love to see a Golos into Emrakul at some point this draft.
That would be sick.
Really wild.
And with a bunch of like triomes in the cube that people aren't necessarily going to pick super highly, it's not that hard to get a Golos package without straying super far away from red-green. Also, I want to point out, Dexter did take Goblin Guide, which really does cement him into the aggressive version of this deck. I think Dexter will not be playing Ponder and will not be taking any other blue cards.
Yeah, I think especially the Blood Crypt there. I think the statements you said before about the power of the red-black kind of Rakdos cards is coming to bear there. So it won't surprise me to see Dexter pick up some of those.
Val takes Waterlogged Grove over Breeding Pool. Cass has got to take Breeding Pool here, right? Like,
a Triome would not surprise me with two fetches.
Yeah,
because if she's truly going the 4-color, ooh, Zagoth, a big potential takeaway
from Cass.
From Cass.
Yeah. Kenyan is really just sticking to mono blue and taking advantage of the fact that everyone else is picking lands and stuff from other colors to just take, like, a 9th pick Condescend is really, really late. Taking Ancestral Vision away from Charles, who has Lutri, is pretty big. Cass takes Sakura Tribe Elder, great with Luris. Overgrown Tomb away from Ketsi. It's funny. I think Ketsi and Cass would be better off, both of them, if they just swapped Zagoth Trio for Overgrown Tomb. But maybe Ketsi's planning on being white in some way. I don't know.
I could see Ketsi taking the Indatha Triome here and really kind of putting pressure to Cass's mana if she really wants to play that Hex Drinker.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see kind of what happens there.
Yeah, I'm really curious what Ketsi's thought process was with Zagoth Triome there.
Oh, I think to me that was trying to put some pressure on Cass to not have as much ease on the mana base, right?
Yeah, it just...
There are three fetches in Cass's list, and having the Triomes is going to be so powerful with all of those fetches. So that to me is the logic, and I get and follow that.
It's surprising to me still that she didn't go for Overgrown Tomb, given that, like, causing other people draft difficulties is just so much less value, given that, you know, they're only one player out of the other 7, and there's a 40% chance that they're going to be on your team. Ketsi stealing Batterskull from Marshall. That's a wild one, but, you know, with Bitter Blossom, it's nice to have ways of regaining life, I guess. I'm not sure I like that over the new Nighthawk.
I think there are a variety of things that would be more on plan than Batterskull, so I would love to kind of ask. I think that would be a great question to follow up on.
Kenyan taking Gearhulk to go with Cryptic Command, Mana Leak. Kenyan really... I was pretty surprised that he was going to stick with Mono Blue, given how oversubscribed Blue was, but he is really impressively making it work.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of really strong things going on there that are just totally able to ignore a lot of what the rest of the table is trying to do.
Which is so strange given how blue they are. Also, I want to point out, Charles took Censor over Condescend. I think that's just a wrong pick. I think it's just not right. All right, Charles going for the Kiki combo officially.
Huh.
Val finally takes a Triome. Also, I don't think Val's pick of Waterlogged Grove over Breeding Pool was correct. I get that Waterlogged Grove works with red and 6. That's cool. But, you know, there are a lot of cards that work with red and 6. There's 6 Horizon lands in the cube. Playing a half-color Horizon land is still great. And Val has Misty Rainforest and Wooded Foothills. He needs a way to make those cards good. And, like, to make them more than just 2-color duels. Ren and 6 is still gonna be good, even with just the fetches on the deck.
Yeah.
But he got the Triumph, so I guess all scoreboard. Oh, people are messaging me in Discord chat. One sec.
Yeah, no worries.
you can go ahead and cover what's happening.
Yep.
I just got to reply to a few messages.
Yeah, for sure. So Dexter picking up Lightning Strike, not surprising, continuing to prioritize kind of early stage cheap burn that can be used to kind of help close out the game. That other players, now notably Charles, might be interested in as kind of early game removal to help protect the life total while the combo goes off. Interested to see now kind of what Teddy's next set of pickups are.
Cass asks me in Discord chat if you can cast a face down morph with Luris. So I guess she's thinking about taking Rattle Claw Mystic or Den Protector.
Yep. Valaged Recovery.
I like that a lot. That's another spell land. It's the green land that is a regrowth on the other side.
Yep.
I just think the spell lands are super, super strong.
They are. They're very, very strong pickups. I like that you describe it as a green land that has a regrowth on the other side. It's just the two modes that you think of them in is primarily land, as opposed to primarily spell.
I definitely do. I think like the reason they're so good is that you get you don't have to spend a spell slot in your deck. Or if you do spend a spell slot, you're getting a massive amount of consistency boon. Teddy takes Through the Breach over the spell land that puts creatures from their deck onto the battlefield, whose name I forget. Turntimber Symbiosis?
Turntimber Symbiosis, that's correct.
Which is interesting, although I think it's unlikely that Val, for example, will fight them for Turntimber Symbiosis or Cass.
Yeah, I think that's a somewhat safe card to be picked up, hopefully soon, because it is very powerful. And in the deck, and we can add another thing to Teddy's deck that I want to see, which is a 5/5 Rabble Master Turntimber Symbiosis.
And certainly Cass, Val, or Ketsi could have taken Balaged much more easily than they could take Turntimber.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think some prime pickups. Double check the list, make sure I'm not speaking out of turn. Speaking of prime, Primeval Titan is something I'd like to see Teddy pick up sometime soon. And yeah, I think this is looking a lot like a Wildfire deck. I'd like to see some mana rocks if there are any relevant ones left.
There's the one with the counters on it, Everflowing Chalice.
Everflowing Chalice, and or has someone picked up Boros Signet?
No one's picked up Boros Signet.
Yeah, I'd like to see those pickups.
Interestingly, going back to Ketsi's Batterskull pick, another reason I don't like that pick is that Ketsi is clearly going for like the Marin of Clan Neltoth kind of deck, and Batterskull basically takes up a creature slot that doesn't work with Marin. Like you can't get it back from the graveyard with Marin. Just don't like it. Don't think it works well. Kenyon taking Phyrexian Metamorph away from all of the non-blue players who could easily play that card.
Yep.
Ketsi takes Fiend Artisan.
That's interesting.
I like that card. Like, if she's trying to go again for the Marin deck, Fiend Artisan is a great way to power up Marin to work with a bunch of ETB effects that are also good with Marin. Ketsi really needs to take a Chupacabra at some point.
Knight.
Although again, she's not fighting with anyone, so.
All right.
Knight of the Ebon Legion is a sweet one. That's a card that gives you a use for your mana. Beyond the early game, which is something Cass is really going to want, I think. It's just a way to use mana.
Yeah, very much so.
Ironically, Cass is certainly the best positioned of this draft so far to have like a Golos that can actually get 5 colors, but cannot play Golos because of the Luris restriction.
Yeah, very true. Teddy with a Fertile Ground and a Utopia Sprawl.
It's possible. One thing I wouldn't be surprised to see Teddy pick up, even if they are kind of trying to go for the Wow, that's an early Sublime Epiphany. That card has not been super popular so far in its time in the cube. One thing
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Teddy go for, even despite the lack of combo with Wildfire, is a Arbor Elf, just because it's so good with Fertile Ground
Yep.
and Utopia Sprawl.
Yep. I think that makes sense. Sublime Epiphany, yeah, I think there are stronger blue cards that are still out there. Like there's still a Venser um, that I would have liked to see before then. I think there are definitely quite a few. But I also think when you have the Gear Hulk, Sublime Epiphany starts to look real fun.
Oh, for sure.
Um,
I
and
wonder.
that kinda,
I wonder if Kenyon ends up taking the Crystal Shard. I know if Ketsi were drafting Kenyon's deck starting from where the list is right now, she would absolutely take Crystal Shard. It's good with a
yeah.
lot of the cards in there, so.
Yeah. Young Pyro for Charles.
Marshall finally taking Adato Vanguard Seasoned Hallowblade.
Yeah.
The one, like... Oh, and he took Broodmoth earlier. Marshall does need to start prioritizing some Anthems. I think those are crucial for the white deck to be, like, above and beyond. But his deck's looking very strong. Faithless Looting from Val. I'm not really sure what he's planning on doing with that. I mean, I guess reanimating Uro, but beyond that...
Finding combo pieces, I think, is relevant. But
yeah.
It's not what I would do. I'm surprised that the young Pyromancer from Charles, I would have thought continuing to kind of like flesh out honestly the Kiki combo to me, but instead of going after a potential sort of alternative win condition.
Yeah, it's a little strange.
And that's why you don't try and float it, because it can be brutally taken away from you.
That's a sweet one from Teddy. Teddy really drafting a deck after my personal heart here.
Yeah, I love the eighth seed. The eighth seed is really where you get to kind of do some of the fun ones.
I also want to take a moment to say Dexter took Robber of the Rich 12th. That card is very, very... Or sorry, 13th. That card's very strong. I really like that pickup from him. Probably would have taken it earlier, if anything.
Yeah, that's to me really the magic of being in this kind of a dedicated aggro deck. It's just people are not going to fight you at all for some very powerful cards. Yeah.
Charles taking Pact of Negation, another good one to back up the Kiki plan. Although, again, it's going to be a lot harder to make that go off consistently without the twin.
Yeah, it does seem like things would be stronger there if instead of Young Pyromancer you had a twin right there.
Yeah.
Even if Teddy takes away the conscripts, I think
Teddy also just has so much less of a reward for taking conscripts at that point.
Yeah.
It is a bummer that Teddy ended up with twin and not Kiki Jiki, because like being able to Luca into either half of the combo is pretty strong. I've definitely...
Absolutely.
I had a table draft once where I had Luca, Emrakul, Kiki conscripts, and like I would sometimes just like Kiki away a 3 or a 4 drop and be like, really anything I hit here is great. If I hit an Emrakul, awesome. If I hit the other combo piece, I win. Just ideal. Ketsi does take Indotha Triome away from Cass again.
Yep. Yeah, I think Cass, to really make what this is set up to be work, needs to take a few more lands.
Yeah.
Really needs to get more value out of those fetches that she prioritized early.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I will say Godless Shrine is still on the table and kind of unlikely to be taken by anyone else. Although, with Ketsi taking all these triomes, it's totally possible that she could just also be white.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So Cass is certainly playing somewhat of a dangerous game here. But she also feels the need to fight for cards with, Negate is something Kenyon or Charles could easily take. Assassin's Trophy, something Ketsi could easily take. I like Ketsi's plan of just taking all of Cass's lands, especially because. Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's totally right. I think that Ketsi's applied pressure and it's really, not only is her deck going to be very strong in terms of fixing and being able to play a number of strong cards, I think it's very strategically hurting other drafters at the table in a way that's quite strong.
Yeah, I want to point out that of the black, green, gold cards, 3 of them are cards that Cass just cannot play. So Ketsi is really safe in taking all the black, green lands and then just taking Marin, Vraska, Pelucranos way later.
Oh, are we back on Vraska?
Yeah, Vraska's back in. Nissa did not work out, I'm afraid.
Well, it's too bad for me because I got savaged by Nissa the last time I did this, but that's great. Dauntless Bodyguard from Marshall starting to pick up some of those.
Yeah, Kenyon also takes
white.
Neutralize, which I really like having 1 3-mana hard counter if you're going to have Snapcaster and Gearhulk in your deck.
And how do you feel about 2 3-mana hard counters with
Sinister Sabotage? I love it. Yeah, I love it.
Ooh, Val picking up Primeval Titan.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Really good with with Fires of Invention.
Yeah, very good with Fires of Invention. I think that's gotta sting a bit for Teddy.
Yeah. Although looking through Teddy's deck, it's not clear where they would have slotted that in. Maybe over Bala Ged Recovery, but I do really like Bala Ged Recovery.
I think I personally would have liked to see it over like the Twin Conscripts pick. Like I think that was the right time for Primeval Titan. But obviously that lends to a very different kind of deck, and I think that this is a exciting one. Devil's Play from Dexter.
That's a very early Devil's Play. I think
too early. No one's fighting for Devil's Play.
Yeah. Especially because there are other X spells in the cube that are perfectly serviceable. Teddy, I would have liked to see Splinter Twin Primeval Titan from Teddy the last 2 picks. I think they could float conscripts pretty easily.
And there's the Symbiosis.
Once Twin is off the board.
Great.
Yeah, love Symbiosis
as we talked
here.
About, the Symbiosis is a great pickup for this deck.
Teddy, I think, does want a few more hits off of the stuff that gets big creatures into play at some point.
Yep.
Like, it's nice to be able to like guarantee an Emrakul if you Luca your top end, but I think it's more important to have multiple things to make your Through the Breach and now your Ilharg and your Turn Timber Symbiosis just not dead. I mean, Turn Timber Symbiosis is basically never dead, but the other 2.
Yeah. And then Ilharg, as you correctly point out early, going into kind of the red-green cheat things in play deck.
A Braid, really nice pickup from Dexter. I would have liked to see that a lot earlier. He was playing a dangerous game not taking it, but he has it now, and I'm happy about that.
Yeah, I think with Charles waiting so long to commit to red, I think that the Abrade had a lot of time to give, because once Charles was in red, Dexter would have a lot of options to kind of pick up the Abrade at that point.
I think Teddy could have snagged it at any point. I think it's good enough that you just can't bet on Teddy not taking it.
Fair.
Not that Teddy seems very interested in disrupting what the opponent is doing at this point, but
if I'm Val, I'm still picking up that breeding pool, but that's
with Primeval Titan, Kessig Wolfrun also becomes a lot more tempting, but you do need good mana fixing to be able to play Kessig Wolfrun. Compulsive Research is not something I would ever have taken at that point. Finally, Serum Visions is gone. Kind of surprised Kenyon didn't take it up as a Snapcaster hit. Kenyon takes Watery Grave away from Cass. That's a rough one. That's interesting. I mean, I guess Kenyon here is looking to play the powerful blue, black, gold cards just because no one else is in that color pair.
The Watery Grave pickup makes a ton of sense in a world in which you already have like a Thieving Skydiver, and being able to upgrade your Thieving Skydiver into a Fallen Shinobi is a real powerful thing. So
Very
this is
true.
not a surprise.
Yeah, and that sort of speaks to one of the things I advocate for as a general roto strategy, which is like stay very few colors early until it's clear what lanes people are in, and then you can really take a bunch of fixing and a bunch of stealing the breeding pool from Val. Val really is in a bad shape now with his fetches. He has Ketria Triome
Yeah.
and nothing else.
Yeah.
Yeah, so stay few colors early, then look at what lands are going really late, and take them and the powerful gold cards that go along with them, and just laugh
Yeah.
all the way to the bank.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Ketsi could easily take like a Fallen Shinobi or a hostage taker here away from Kenyon.
Hmm.
With Cold Steelheart Coalition Relic, she does have a fair amount of
Triome.
give, and yeah, exactly. Even Fiend Artisan mitigates to some degree the risk of having those cards in your deck, because you could just prioritize getting out a hostage taker, for example.
Yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, Val's compulsive research. I really, really like Kessig Wolf Run in a deck like Val's, specifically because it Liz is back. Hi, Liz. Specifically because it gives you something to do with your mana once you have Fire Prophecy out. But I'm sure Val's planning to float it. But Tar Pit from Kenyon is a really nice one.
Yeah, I like the Grave Titan from Ketsi. I'm a big fan of that card in this cube.
Yeah, it's very, very strong.
It's a very strong card. Yeah, Kenyon very much setting himself up for a nice Fallen Shinobi or Hostage Taker. Powerful cards there.
Yeah.
Kithian, again.
Yeah, Blue-Black has the best gold section in the cube, I think. Although Black-Red gives it a run for its money, and Dexter is floating some cards there.
Yeah, Marshall's in a good spot. He's just really filling out the curve at this point. As you said before, like, you're a big fan of the anthems and they're being important to the white. Who's taking an anthem from him at this point, right? He can take an anthem.
Who's taking anything from him?
No one. I think there are still things that are white that someone could be wanting to play. Some of those more flexible solutions, the Winds of Abandon.
Yeah, Winds of Abandon's the only one I can really see going. Charles takes Raga and Triome. That's the Jess guy.
I don't know if Marshall would want to play it, but like Elspeth Conquers Death is a perfectly strong magic card.
Yeah. Although Cass is the only other person in white, and Cass can't play Elspeth Conquers Death. So.
Yeah. No, I mean, very well drafted.
Everything Marshall has taken after Luminous Broodmoth has been converted mana cost. Or every permanent he's drafted has been converted mana cost to Rails. I guess except for Thalia Heretic Cathar.
Yep.
But Cass could play like a Giver of Runes, plausibly, but or Selfless Spirit easily.
Selfless Spirit's gone.
Yeah, but I'm saying that was a good pickup from Marshall because it's something Cass would want. Although that was even before it was clear that Cass was doing Luris specifically.
Yeah. Charles picking up the Triome. I personally think that's potentially signaling sometime coming Restoration Angel.
Yeah, totally possible.
With 2 fetches to find it, that seems like a solid pickup.
Val finally takes Kessig Wolf Run.
Valakut Exploration.
Yeah. Teddy taking bonkers 6 drops, Chandra Awakened Inferno, and Inferno Titan.
Yep.
Inferno Titan also, if you have to Ilharg out an Inferno Titan, you're not crying yourself to sleep about that.
Oh no, that is not the worst case scenario. Not at all. I think I would like to see Teddy do a little bit more on his early curve. I think his curve right now is kind of brutal, and I don't know if he has enough tools to kind of stay in the early game against some of these really aggressive decks.
Yeah, they definitely seem to be prioritizing the combo aspect, and you can see, Dexter's taking a Braid, Arc Trail, Charles is taking Flame Slash, Firebolt. They aren't going to be able to float a bunch of cheap answers. Although maybe their plan is just to ramp through the early game, which is not completely off the wall.
Not completely off the wall, and if that is their plan, I'd like to see them pick up some of those rocks that really will help them accelerate from turn 2 to turn 4,
Yeah.
which is really one of the biggest jumps that needs to happen in that kind of a ramp deck.
Yeah. It's unfortunate for them that Val got Search for Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Kenyon got the Fallen Shinobi. It does not look like Ketsi is interested in sniping any of the blue-black cards here. Cass,
Yeah.
I guess, again, can't really play most of the relevant ones.
Remember, solid removal. We're kind of at the picking up solid removal state of the game.
Pack Rat, another card that really allows her
Ooh.
to make use of having more mana and cards without needing a 3 mana permanent.
Yep. Completely agree. I think that's a good pickup.
Plus, you can just
in the yard.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah, Cass's deck is certainly sweet. I'm very curious to see how it performs.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of potential for some really sweet things to happen. I think there's also a lot of potential for some non-games over there, which is what makes me nervous for that pool so far.
For Cass's pool?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Take a quick look.
All right, Ketsi, you got to make a pick. When I do this in person, I like call out who's on deck every time so that they start thinking about their picks. I'm hoping that on the spreadsheet it's more obvious, but Kenyon taking Terramander over any of the blue-black cards, which, I mean, I suppose makes sense. Charles taking Cascade Bluffs, which is something he floated really late.
Cascade Bluffs, yep.
Val really does not seem interested in fixing still. Yep. Val has, let's see, one, two, three, four, five fixing lands for a 3-color deck. Plus, I guess, Search for Tomorrow. Just seems pretty rough.
Yeah.
Especially taking like a double red card here with Sweltering Suns.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of question mark for me around how Val envisions kind of colors and sequencing and things with the mana not being quite as strong as it needs to be. Because typically if your mana's not that strong, you want to be in, 2 colors and have a splash. But Uro's not a splash. It's just this doesn't seem like it's a red-green deck with a blue splash. It's just kind of a little bit messier than that.
Yeah. Yeah, Val tends to approach Roto Cubes with like a really big, exciting idea, but sometimes sort of struggles to pull that off in a like super reliable way, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I think with a lot of that, like, there can sometimes be a challenge of discipline of like really making and committing to a thing, and also figuring out how to have flexibility within that discipline of like, if Val started with Oko Preordained Fires and then just took all lands, I think he'd be in a much stronger spot than right now, where there's kind of this mixing in of Shelldock Isle, Fire Prophecy. Like, what is Val gonna Shelldock Isle out right now? Right, like the Primeval Titan is good, and the rest of it is really pretty uninspiring.
Yeah, like all of the cards Val has in his deck are powerful cards, no doubt about it. But they don't super fit together the way you want. There, Teddy takes Boros Signet and Everflowing Chalice. Dexter takes Phoenix of Ash.
I love those pickups by Teddy. I think those are really, really smart. I'm still over here on the back with my fingers crossed for some kind of Golos something. I think a Golos Fires, a Golos Wildfires is in the cards, and I'm really hoping to see that come together. Glenelyn Archmage fought by Val. Okay, I mean, taking it away from it feels to me more like taking it away from a Charles or a Kenyon than something that he'd really want super strongly.
Yeah, it's also interesting. Val has let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 mana permanents counting Uro.
Yep.
Just and not much below that in the curve.
Yeah.
Charles taking.
That's kind of one of these. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say Charles taking Fabled Passage away from one of the drafters who's playing way more colors than he is.
Yep. Yeah, I think that's one of those challenges of like that you can get in your own head about with Fires of Invention is just like, oh, I can just play mid range because I never have to pay mana for things anymore. And it looks a lot like Val's early spells are targeted to how do I find Fires of Invention. And I think in Cube that's just like a much more risky proposition.
Yeah.
If your deck doesn't function unless it has one card.
Yeah. I mean, that's why Fires of Invention is currently in the build-around slot, which for people who aren't super familiar with my cube, means that it's a slot that doesn't take up a place in the sort of normal... Actually, no, that's not true. Fires of Invention is in the red section. Luris is the build-around slot. But Fires of Invention is sort of a bit of a secondary build-around in that I'm not sure it's actually good enough. Because... like you're saying, you need to build your deck to support it in a way, but also there's no guarantee you ever find a Fires of Invention in any deck you play or any game you play. So in some ways it adds more risk to your deck than it adds reward. Birthing Pod is kind of in a similar spot where it's very powerful if you can get it to work, but you have to have that ladder of converted mana costs. And that may sort of make your drafting more difficult in ways that could make your deck just not as good later on.
Yeah. Some interesting pickups over here. Skyclave Apparition. I'm surprised how long it took for that card to get taken, even though I guess Marshall's the only one really thinking about it in white. I think that's such a powerful card, and it's really amazing for Marshall to be able to get that 20th. I love the 2 pickups by Cass. The Hydroid Crassus and the Stone Cold Serpent.
X creatures are really smart for what she's doing.
And then the very interesting Dread Return from Ketsi, kind of signaling a willingness and openness to move into a little bit more that Reanimator style deck.
Yeah.
Or at least it's an option.
I wonder if Ketsi's just trying to take Marin last pick for the style points.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, that wouldn't surprise me. I think there is still room to get into kind of a more reanimatory sort of deck, which will be quite interesting.
Still good with Mirren.
Still great with Mirren. Still room to pick up more kind of green, some of the green lands, right? Like a Fauna Shaman is still on the table. That would be a great thing to pick up there.
Sarah, Luris only restricts the converted mana cost of permanents, not spells. That's why Fractured Identity is so good in Cass's deck, because it's sort of a virtual permanent. But it's not restricted by Luris because it's not an actual permanent. I really like Teddy's Hornet Queen pick here.
Yep.
It finally gives them another really good thing to do with all of their cheating stuff out. I mean, no one else was really looking to do that until Ketsi took Dread Return right here. So I expect Teddy to take Atarka at some point. I
like Ms. Mortars.
I'm guessing that Teddy is going to mostly take spells that they could theoretically cast, so not like your Grizzlebrands or your what's the one that exiles stuff when it enters or dies?
Ashen Rider.
Ashen Rider, yeah. Whereas Ketsi could easily take either of those. Ketsi could just cast Grizzlebrand if she takes enough ramp spells.
Zenith out of Val.
Despite not having any cheap green creatures.
I mean, there's still time. Like, Val absolutely could pivot and pick up a bunch of these and really wouldn't have that much... wouldn't really have too many people fighting with him over it.
They're
It
just
is an odd.
but like
choice.
cheap green creatures just aren't as good if you have fires. But you know, as we were saying, you also have to build for the games you don't draw fires.
Yeah, and I wonder if this is kind of a recognition that that's more likely than not going to be the thing at this point.
Ketsi taking Nighthawk Scavenger, really powerful card. Ketsi has sort of suddenly found herself in a place where she's competing with more people than she has been for the rest of the draft, with Kenyon now taking a few black cards, even Go for the Throat as a mono black card, and Teddy taking things like Hornet Queen, which are good with Dread Return. Although, again, even if Ketsi gets 0 green reanimation targets, there are still plenty in the cube to be happy with.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think, honestly, a relatively quick Wormcoil Engine or Grave Titan has certainly ended many a player in this cube.
For sure.
Personally attest to.
For sure.
Having, unfortunately, done that to people a number of times. So I think that there are a lot of strong...
I was about to say, cards. I wonder when Ketsi's taking Blood for Bones. And there it is. Kenyon taking a few discard outlets. I don't know if he's mostly just thinking of that as good filtering, or if he's also planning on taking a reanimation spell or two, which does go very well with Chardacor's Looteril Core.
Looter is also a very good evasive creature for the Fallen Shinobi.
Very true.
Like a nice additional thing.
Marshall just sort of on his own planet right now.
Yep. Just slowly taking the best white cards. I think the one thing that I want Marshall to be cognizant of is the curve. His 1-drops right now are Kithian, Giver, just Kithian and Giver. Dauntless Bodyguard, so I'd like to see...
Yeah.
Student of Warfare. Okay, I'm going to take that back. I think that, just keeping in mind the curve, and, like, when you're the only mono-white drafter, it becomes very easy to just be like, and then I took the next best white card, and then I took the next best white card. And then you have, like, 35 cards, 40 cards that you want to play, and, figuring out exactly what the version of that deck is, as opposed to maybe starting to build for the sideboard, maybe picking up that Banishing Light, picking up some of these things that are going to help you resolve some of those more difficult things, rather than just like the next best Army in a Can card.
I agree.
So I think that would be meaningful.
I think also people tend to undervalue the 1-drops just because they don't look very impressive. Like, they're 2 1s for 1 with medium upside or whatever, and that's like, oh, but I could take a Hero of Bladehold or whatever, which is great, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, absolutely.
But those cards do work, and the cube is really set up to optimize how good those cards are. I think one of the things I'm most proud of in this cube is that I've built it to ensure that white aggro can be good, even without needing, like, Armageddon effects, which obviously aren't in Modern. And one of the ways I do that is I limit the number of spells that can really punish building out a board full of, like, 2 1s in the early game. So there's no, like, Seagate Oracle or whatever that just puts down a 1/3 blocker with value and shuts the door on opponents and stuff like that.
Yeah, so I'd like to see Marshall pick up, like, Banishing Light, O-Ring, maybe this Oust, I think, is still in play, which is a great little answer to things when you're trying to be aggressive. And really just trying to build for, the sideboard in some ways of just, what cards will I want to have in certain games and not in others, and how can I build a really comprehensive white deck, similar to what Sarah's saying in the
chat.
In the chat around Elspeth Conquers Death. Great sideboard card, even potentially main deck, but I think a great sideboard option. Sarah's comments on the lands, I think, are also
lands are they're so great because they're not like they're cards that always make your deck and don't take up spell slots. Like, Marshall could build a 23 card deck with basically the 23 cards he's already taken.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I would love to see Mutavault and Winter's Kites. I'd love to see like Sunbaked Prayer or Sunbaked Canyon.
Yes,
Like
yeah,
just
all of
start picking
the
up some of those things so that when you flood, which happens when you play the white aggro deck from time to time, you kind of have those outs that are
yeah,
helpful.
yeah, all of the Horizon lands are just terrific in a deck like that,
Yeah.
and they're something that anyone could easily take, especially the white red land, the white green land. Val could take.
Yep.
Blue red land is already gone. Not that that's great for Marshall's deck, but honestly, in a deck that's so monocolor, the uh, the you might be able to get away with playing totally colorless Horizon lands.
Yeah, absolutely. And there goes the silent clearing. Ketsi picking up a Gray Merchant, which is a card I love. It's one of my favorite cards in Magic. I don't know, and she's pretty close to mono black. Could be fully mono black, but I don't know how much that does in this field.
I kind of like it with Blood for Bones
That's true.
and Marin of Clan Neltoth, which presumably is going to be in her deck. Just because,
Yeah.
if you can Gray Merchant twice, that will very often just shut the door on a game.
That's true. Um, yeah, Tarka and Purphose's intervention for Teddy. Magmatic Channeler will be an interesting one for Dexter. I don't, does have a good number of spells. It'll be interesting to see kind of how quickly that gets turned on, or how
Yeah,
powerful it ends up being.
I'm not super optimistic about that card in aggressive decks, but Dexter doesn't play Magic super frequently anymore, so I suspect part of his logic there is just like, this is a new card and I'm interested in seeing how it does.
Oh, absolutely, and I'm very on board for that. Like whenever I add a strategy to my cube or something, like I tend to try and force it if it's there.
Val takes another 4-mana permanent with Solemn Simulacrum.
Yep. Push. I love Collective Brutality. Collective Brutality, I think, has been just an outstanding card. Every time I've seen it played and every time I've played it, I think it solves a lot of problems that a lot of combo-y decks have. Whether that's keeping your life total high from early creatures, or putting stuff in your yard that you'd really rather bring back into play through cheating.
I love this Kitchen Finks pickup from Marshall. I think that card is criminally underrated. It makes his deck better against Dexter, but it also just means that Val and Teddy and potentially even Ketsi just don't have a really good tool against what Marshall's doing.
Yep. And there's Dexter picking up the Sunbaked Canyon. I would not be surprised to see the next pickup by Dexter being that Mutavault. Just thinking about how to do that.
Yeah, I think that's somewhere where Marshall's sort of fallen down in his drafting. Is like thinking about these. Oh, actually, it looks like that Sunbaked Canyon is an illegal pick. I might have to jump into chat here.
Okay.
Hey, it looks like the Sunbaked Canyon was highlighted as an illegal pick. Let me try. Yeah.
Oh, my bad. Did someone take it?
No, I can't find anyone who took it. So it must be a glitch in the spreadsheet. So
And I do see it on the Cube Cobra site.
yeah, no, it's in the cube, I think.
It is.
Oh, I see. Yeah, it has a little red arrow on it. Did I
Yeah,
spell it wrong?
it does. Let me see if I can fix it.
Is it in one of the previous picks somehow?
It might be that the validation is wrong on that
looks
cell.
like the validation got taken off from the cell underneath it, at least.
Oh, it looks like someone dragged a cell, which will always break everything. Well, sorry about that. Yeah, if you click a cell and drag it up, you will break the world. So here, let me fix that real quick. You can just put Sunbaked Canyon there, and hopefully the other cells will work. Teddy, why don't you make a pick and let's see if it highlights it as wrong.
Sure.
Cool.
Looks like everything's okay. So I'll take Elvish Piper, and then with my other pick...
All right, sorry about that. We are back to deafened.
Excellent.
Yeah, one of the problems with doing this on spreadsheets is like mostly everything works great, but if someone does click a cell and drag it upwards for whatever reason, it gets really broken, and the only way to easily fix it is for that particular person to press Control-Z.
Yeah.
And people don't necessarily realize what's going on when that happens. It's just a whole thing.
Yeah.
Teddy does take Ashen Rider here, which I really thought they weren't going to.
I think they may also now be thinking about the sideboard of just sometimes I'm going to need this answer, and Ilharg, Elvish Piper, presumably at some point we'll see the champion of Ronus. It kind of makes sense that sometimes you want to be able to just get rid of those permanents.
Yeah.
So
Quicksilver Amulet's also one that I wouldn't be surprised to see Teddy want.
True.
Just because it's so difficult to disrupt. Like, yes, it's slow. You are actually paying 8 mana for what's usually like an 7 or 8 mana spell, but
Yeah.
because it's in installments and because it's so difficult to disrupt, it often ends up just being good enough.
Yeah. Cough in the Hammer. I think Dexter as well would be good to start doing kind of what we've talked about a little bit with Marshall, is just get those things that might be relevant that you want to have in the sideboard, right? And you're thinking about stuff like double checking that it's in here before I speak. Potentially like Rampaging Ferociton, if that's something that like you're worried about people being able to, life gain out. Maybe Rekindling Phoenix if you want to have those resilient sticky threats. Things like that are kind of the stuff that I'd be thinking about. A little bit more Outpost Siege even, right? So that if you're playing against one of these controlling strategies, you have kind of ways to continue to grow your card advantage pile.
Well, Dexter does have Valakut Exploration, which functions similarly to Outpost Siege.
Yeah.
Val taking Cultivate here. This is another good example of like, on paper, it makes sense why Cultivate is good in Val's deck. It double fixes. It gets lands out as opposed to creatures to work with fires, but at the same time, it's a 3 mana spell, and Val's deck is just full of 3 and 4 mana spells.
Yeah, and hasn't really prioritized taking any of those really early strong removal spells, that just kind of got gobbled up by other players in red.
I mean, he has the Fire Prophecy that I criticized him for taking, but
he does have the Fire Prophecy and, Sweltering Suns, which might do some work, but, if you have Sweltering Suns and the opposing board is, the indestructible white creatures, you're really going to have a problem.
Yeah, and Sweltering Suns is double red, which is going to be tough on Val's mana.
Yeah.
Marshall finally takes the Winds of Abandon, which is something Cass might have wanted, although Cass takes Castle Lockthwain away from Ketsi, which, like, that's a good card. There's gotta be some fixing that would be a better fit in that slot for Cass. I gotta feel like 4 colors is just so hard to do without really good fixing.
Yeah, well, it's surprising to me that the fixing that's being picked up is Silent Clearing as opposed to, let's say, a Temple Garden.
Yeah,
Godless
Shrine is still in play.
Yeah, it is. These are things that are surprising given how highly, it's like players highly prioritize taking fetches because fetches are good, but fetches are good because they make the other things so much better.
Yeah.
And I think that what it feels like to me is that people are doing the thing that like they know on paper is good and then not kind of following up because, compared to like a booster draft where you're looking through the pack and it's like, one of the shocks, let me grab that, let me put that in, that works because I just took this thing. When you're thinking about all of the cards in the cube, I wonder if there's some like tunnel vision onto other things without rethinking why like these are powerful. I mean, Sarah Ketsi has the Cold Steel Heart.
Ketsi has Cold Steel Heart and Coalition Relic. I will say Cass is not likely to be fighting anyone for Temple Garden or Godless Shrine, but even so, she only has so many picks that she can even make. And like some of them need to be main deck cards, some of them probably want to be sideboard cards, and some of them need to be lands. With 40 picks, you do eventually run into a problem where like you want more cards in your deck, and you could take more cards in your deck from other people than there are just picks available. So like taking something like Castle Lochthwain, which sits in the same slot as a fixing land, but doesn't fix you, it just seems pretty sketchy. Even though, like, again, it is a good card. It's powerful to be able to have that sort of late game card advantage when you've emptied your hand, especially in a deck that can empty its hand as easily as Casses can. But you know, she's locked into taking at least one more, probably two more Shocklands. So
Marshall kind of doing a bit what we talked about, taking those more flexible cards in Winds of Banishment and Mana Tithe. Charles continuing to do, you know, very solidly blue-red
twin. Finally, actually taking Deceiver Exarch. That's 16 picks between Kiki Jiki and Deceiver Exarch. There's Teddy taking Quicksilver Amulet and Horizon Canopy, both very strong. Very strong. Evan, you can go to the link at the top of the spreadsheet right here, bit.ly/Moddy Roro13. It's supposed to be Roto, but I typoed, and see the actual first picks if you want. Yeah, I could see a Chrome Mox being good for Cass, although without as much means of recurring card advantage. I guess it's good with Luris for sure. Although the fact that you don't get the card into your graveyard is a little awkward. Yeah, that's Chrome Mox. I like Kargan Intimidator for Dexter. I think it's just a powerful, aggressive creature.
Yeah. I would like to see someone take a Mutavault soon. I think that's being criminally underconsidered.
Yeah.
By the aggressive decks.
It's such a big reward for being in a monocolor aggressive deck.
Yeah, for sure. Warchild.
I like Whisperwood from Val. That's a card that's consistently undervalued. I think it's the best green 5-drop by a fair margin. But again, you just can't have a deck full of 3, 4, and 5 drops and nothing else.
Yeah, I feel like Fires people like don't always fully get what makes Fires really powerful, and like what made it powerful in Standard and why it had to get banned was that like it wasn't just that you got to play things like cheaply and inexpensive, like cheaply and without spending mana. It's that it also had a bunch of ways to use your mana every turn when you weren't spending it to cast spells, right? So Val does have the Kesef Gwolfrun, like that's a great pickup in that context. But none of the rest of these cards are using the mana or the lands in the context in which they're, being put into play. And so you're really not generating a ton of value from the Fires the way that like Kenrith is amazing with Fires because he has a bunch of insane abilities that let you use your mana.
Yeah.
And so I really would like to see someone who's drafting Fires be leaning into that. More.
Val taking Champion of Wits, another strong filtering card that is only that costs 3 mana. Just I agree. I think that's something that is on Val's mind, but that's why he likes X spells. He sort of didn't take Sudden Demise or Hydroid Krasis very quickly, so he sort of only ended up with Green Sun Zenith. He had more last time he tried to draft Fires, but Ketsi taking Nykthos, I like that a lot. That's another card that I actually quite like in the mono red and mono white decks. even though like they don't have as much of a use for huge mana, it's almost free, and sometimes you just cast something 2 turns early, and that's fine.
Yeah, for sure.
Cass
All
taking
right.
Treetop Village, another non-fixing land. I mean, I guess she's thought it through and she believes she has enough fixing. And maybe that's true. I haven't, like, run the numbers, but it'll be interesting to see how her games play out.
Yeah.
Ketsy taking Obliterator, sort of leaning into the mono black with a little bit of green, which I think is strong. I think green shores up a lot of what black is doing. It's unfortunate for her that specifically Reclamation Sage was taken by Val. I think that's a really good one for what she's trying to do, but there are other green artifact removal creatures out there. Factor Fiction is a nice one from Charles. Although, with only Kiki Jiki as a combo piece, it's possible that the opponent can put a really awkward split on it.
Yeah.
I like Royal Scions a lot. But it's a 3-mana Planeswalker that doesn't really affect the board, so...
Yeah. It is possible at this point that Val's just like, well, either Dexter and Marshall are on my team, or I'm going to lose to them, and just trying to beat the rest of the table.
Yeah, I'm not sure he has a good game against Kenyon, or... Oh my god, what the fuck just happened? Hold on a sec. Hold on, please pause.
Control V if you're tired.
Yeah, everyone...
There we go. We're good. That was me.
Okay, cool. Let's see if it happens again. Make another pick.
Everything changed when the Fire
Great.
Nation attacked.
Great. I'm glad it's fine now. All right. Woof. Yeah, Champion of Ronos, Cinderglade. Teddy just really sort of filling out the obvious last few cards of their deck. Burning Tree Emissary from Dexter, which, like, you could imagine that as taking something away from Teddy, but really Dexter's the only deck who wants it.
No. Tireless Tracker, interesting.
Another great 3-drop from a deck that does not need great 3-drops.
Yeah.
I think Val is also sort of in the sort of awkward position where he's not fighting with anyone for any of these 3-drops, really.
Yeah.
And so he's like, oh, look at all these incredible high-tier 3-drops that are still on the board. I better take those. Yeah. But if you tunnel vision on that too much, you end up taking them to the exclusion of the cards that your deck really needs.
Yeah.
I will say, I think Charles probably hasn't played with the Royal Scions. I think he doesn't understand how good that card is.
Yeah. I think it always overperforms whenever I play against it. Like, I definitely am also someone who does not give it enough deference to, but like every time I play against it, it's like, oh, this card's just...
All right, Ketsy no longer willing to float the Marin.
Yeah.
A little disappointed she didn't take it last pick. I know Ketsy loves her last pick flourish, but Cass taking some of the mid-tier black removal spells away from Ketsy and Kenyon. I mean, Hero's Downfall is very good, don't get me wrong.
Oh, yeah.
But Ketsy already has Murderous Rider, which is
Ketsy has Murderous
a better
Rider.
version. I think that's the only dedicated Planeswalker removal that Ketsy has right now.
That looks accurate, yeah. Oh,
There's...
Assassin's Trophy will do it.
I thought Cass had Assassin's Trophy.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, Ketsy.
Ravenous Chupacabra is a really good one for Ketsy's deck. Just incredible with Marin and Fiend Artisan.
I also think that this is a draft where it's just well positioned against everyone, I guess, other than Charles. But most other people, like, I feel like sometimes the Chupacabra just doesn't actually do enough, against decks that are like, if I think about like Pod or something, it's like, yeah, it like kills a thing, but it's not really pushing them off their game plan. I think here it's going to have a lot of good targets.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a powerful thing.
Yeah.
Sword of Body and Mind.
I mean, again, if Kenyon is drafting a bunch of evasive creatures to enable Fallen Shinobi, Sword of Body and Mind is another good way to capitalize on that. That can just, win a game with a few hits.
Absolutely.
Charming Prince is a decent one for Marshall, although I feel like he has access to so many great 2-drops. It's more than likely that's going to get cut for space.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think Marshall's just like, what even do I like? I just imagine his head's kind of spinning about like,
Yeah.
what do I even take now? I have everything I need.
Yeah.
I have
And
31 white playables.
Sarah's right that looking to the lands is the way to go at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, I completely agree. And I also believe that, the O-rings and the Banishing Light are super important sideboard cards against very problematic permanents, and there's no reason not to pick them up. Even, and I imagine he's thinking like, oh, I'm not going to play them, but you're not going to play them in the main deck.
Yeah.
You're going to play them sideboard, and that's really what's more important.
He also, I believe, has no anthems unless you count Gideon Ally of Zendikar, and like having an Honor of the Pure and Spear of Heliod would make this deck really, really good. He also, I think, doesn't have Spectral Procession, which is
he does not
a notable missing card for sure.
Yeah. I mean, he still is 8 more picks. He might kind of whiff on those and kind of take random things instead, but he has infinite time to take them, right?
Yeah.
He is up to pick 40. No one is going to weirdly snipe Honor of the Pure.
For sure. It's just like he's starting to take cards that are a little bit flaily, like Valorous Stance and Charming Prince. Cards that can be good. Like Valorous Stance you can absolutely side in, and it's great in some matchups. Charming Prince a little bit less so.
Agree.
But it seems like he's starting to signal that he doesn't exactly know what his next picks are supposed to be, and there are some very clear answers to what his next picks are supposed to be, as someone who drafts mono white fairly regularly.
Yeah.
I like Rampaging Ferocidon from Dexter. The cube is in an interesting place with red, where red's like top tier 3-drops are so strong that like often Rampaging Ferocidon just doesn't get played. Because you have 2 Rabblemaster, Legion Warboss, Ash Phoenix, and you just don't need that many more. But with Teddy having Rabblemaster and Warboss, that makes the sort of second tier of red 3-drops way more enticing for Dexter.
Yep, and here's Dexter kind of doing a little bit the opposite, and similar to what we were talking about. Burning Tree, Emissary, and Char, fine cards, but Rampaging Ferocidon and Empress Shieldbreaker really trying to be like, okay, what am I going to lose to? What do I want to be prepped against? What's going to help me kind of close this game out well, and have a strong sideboard? And I like those kind of that directionality of the Pixies making.
Yeah. Val taking Migration Path, which again, just... I mean, I don't even know
Cycles
what good 1 and 2 drops are still left in the cube. With Cass taking the cheap creatures and the red and blue cheap spells being fought over. But that also goes to say, like, this is why going into Teamer, when red and blue are really fought over, is just, it's a rough journey,
Yeah, absolutely.
Epic Downfall from Kenyon. I do think, like, Ketsy probably wants another piece of cheap instant speed removal somewhere. She's got Bloodchief's Thirst. Oh, Bloodchief's Thirst is a sorcery, though. So she's got, like... She's got Heartless Act, which is great. But otherwise, she doesn't have much that can disrupt the Kiki combo, and that's risky.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Sarah, that would be an incredible pickup. Lingering Souls for Cass. Oh, man. We'll see if she gets it. She does not have many picks. Cass has 7 picks left. And she probably wants both of the remaining Shocklands in her colors. She probably... I mean, I hope she wants Lingering Souls.
Yeah, I like the Milk Impulse pickup from Ketsy. I think that's just, again, playing to those strong gold cards with really solid fixing.
Yeah. I'd like to see a Wrath effect from Ketsy, either Damnation or Black Sun. Damnation's probably better against Dexter and Teddy, but Black Sun's really good against Marshall because it gets around
Yep.
Selfless Spirit.
It gets around Selfless Spirit. It gets around the Seasoned Hellblade and the Adanto Vanguard.
yeah.
Both go down to it. Which those are just such strong, resilient threats. They're really the ones that kind of make it very hard to beat the white deck.
Yeah, and Ketsi is very much in a place now where she has a really solid 23 and then 10 more cards besides. She can really start taking more dedicated cards to deal with specific decks, and I think Wraths and instant speed removal are what she wants there. I don't know if Geralf's Messenger is really as good in this case.
Nexus of Fate.
Wow. I'm not sure who that is in there to fight. I'm not sure exactly who's here is weak to a Nexus of Fate. Banalish Marshal's a great one for Marshall.
Yeah, there's also Kenyon doesn't really have. He has a Jace the Mind Sculptor, I believe. He's a Jace the Mind Sculptor, but that's really the only Planeswalker, and I do much prefer Nexus of Fate in kind of that Super Friends sort of a style.
Yeah,
deck.
yeah.
I'll take
Interestingly,
two from there?
what? That doesn't make any sense at all to me.
I am.
Interestingly, Mu Yanling, I think, is still on the table.
Oh wow! Yeah.
Despite being a really powerful 3-mana Planeswalker.
Really
would be
powerful
great
3-mana
in
Planeswalker.
Kenyon's deck. Wilt, I really like from Teddy. Teddy also just like slamming all the green-red fixing. This is, again, one of the benefits of being in a color pair that, like, going into a color pair because you see that it's not really being taken heavily,
Yeah.
is you just get these lands. And, I mean, yeah, these lands could have been sort of stolen away by Val, potentially, but Val has clearly signaled that he is not interested in taking any fixing lands that he does not already have. So... I think it's fairly safe for Teddy to have floated those as late as they did. Chrome Mox from Dexter, I like that. I think Sarah's also right that would have been really good for Cass, but it will be good for Dexter as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
I
I like
don't-
Narset for Charles. It's a good way of finding stuff, although without Twin, it doesn't find any combo pieces, which is a little more awkward.
Yeah.
If you Narset and see the combo piece you're digging for, you do feel pretty bad.
Yeah, I don't love the Chromox in red because often you really use all your cards, and playing a 2-drop as opposed to like a good 1-drop, I think is like not that much more relevant. So I think to me, like I generally probably wouldn't play Chromox in my aggressive red decks.
That's fair.
But it makes some sense to me. 4-mana draw spell from Val.
Val loves 3 and 4 mana spells. Say that for Val.
Yeah, is there like a Consume the Meek in red green that's gonna do that? I don't know what to do.
I'm looking through the remaining cards sheet here to see what cards even would work. Actually, Enclave Cryptologist would be sick in Val's deck as a way of making use of the extra mana and just a thing to do early. Riftwing Cloudskate?
Riftwing
Holy
Cloudskate
shit.
would be a great pickup.
How is that even still here? All of these green creatures, like, I know green creatures aren't great with, or like green ramp creatures aren't great with fires, but they're still great if you don't draw fires. And if you draw fires, then your deck is firing on all cylinders, so to speak.
Yeah, Explorer seems like it would be solid for what he's looking to do.
Yeah.
Courser seems like one of the 3-drops he should have had instead of some of the other ones he's picked up. Yeah, there's just
I like Boon of the Wishgiver from Charles. I think that card's really strong. I think it's undervalued. Just like colorless 1-mana cycling is so good.
Oh yeah, I'm a big fan.
I kind of
Yep.
feel like Boon of the Wishgiver would be more appropriately valued if it were actually a split card that was on one side 1-mana draw a card, and on the other side
Yeah.
for you draw 3 cards or 4 cards.
Yeah, I think that is correct. Finally, we see the Mutavault getting picked
Thank
up.
God. I also added a little tag to Marshall's draft because I think it's cute.
I assume that's a card not in the cube.
Banish Marshall? No, it's a card he took.
Oh, he took it already. Okay. Oh, there it is. Okay.
I only added it once he took it. I'm no table
got it.
talker.
Foulmire Knight. I don't know why, but okay. Like, it's
Yeah, that's a
decent-
weird one.
I mean, it's a good sideboard, I guess, against some of these aggressive decks.
Yeah.
That you can put down and worst case cash in for a card. That I don't see Kenyon's deck having a lot of like swamp on one, but
Yeah.
like okay.
Um,
Hierarch from Cats, I think, is
Thank God.
a good pickup,
Yeah.
but there are some lands that still need to go.
Especially if she's going to be playing, her deck's a lot of 1-drops, right? One of the benefits of
Yeah.
having a lot of 1-drops is you want to be able to take to cast a spell on turn 1, and
Yeah.
without being able to fetch things out that enter untapped, that's going to be a lot harder.
Yep.
Ketsi taking Gifted Etherborn, good way to gain life. It's looking like Ketsi is not interested in taking like actual sort of dedicated reanimation targets. It looks like she's just going to be happy with Grave Titan and Wormcoil Engine.
Yeah, and I think that's a strategy that I like a lot in this cube. I think having the pieces there are good, and Porcelain Legionnaire.
Yeah.
Out of Kenyon.
I like Porcelain Legionnaire. It's a really, really good blocker against the aggressive decks.
That's fair. That's sensible.
Also kind of brick walls Cass.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a lot of... I mean, Gifted Aetherborn, great pickup from Marshall. I like that a lot.
Yeah, there we go.
Hallowed Fountain. Oh, that Resto Angel's definitely incoming next pick. I
Yep.
feel very confident in that. Or in the next 5, at least.
Yeah. It would be very funny if someone just sniped it for the goofs, but I think you're right that it is coming.
Yeah.
I wonder, like, how many creatures does Charles have that are good to flicker with it? Like, is Restoration Angel actually worth playing just to have a third target when it costs an entire additional color of mana and isn't very good on its own? I don't know. I guess he might also be taking Monastery Mentor.
I mean, cute things that you can flicker. Lutri. You could flicker Deceiver, Exarch, or a Pestermite if that was super relevant to what was going on right then. So they're non-zero.
But not
but
like...
I do think yeah. Not
Val
nice.
taking Craterhoof Behemoth in a deck with no mana elves.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm unsure. I mean, Craterhoof Whisperwood is good.
Yeah.
Benefit of the doubt.
I'm really surprised Teddy hasn't taken Arbor Elf. I'm not just missing something, am I? Arbor Elf was still in play. Yep.
Yeah, it's still in play.
I assume Teddy's last 2 picks are going to be Wildfire, Destructive Force.
Yeah, I'm still holding out hope for a Golos, but I think you are probably right.
Dexter taking Lightning Mauler is actually kind of relevant. Like, that is a card Teddy would not hate. Lightning Mauler plus Quicksilver Amulet is a great combo.
Lightning Mauler Quicksilver Amulet, Lightning Mauler Champion of Ronos, Lightning Mauler Ilharg, Lightning Mauler Elvish Piper, like that card, whenever I look at the red-green deck in this cube, I'm always like, oh, I wish there was a world in which I could take a Lightning Greaves with this. Like that would just make that. There you go. Taking the Temple Garden away from Cass.
That makes sense. It makes Windbrisk Heights fetch untapped green.
Arid Mesa, I think.
Yes,
Yeah.
I do mean Arid Mesa.
But yeah, like the Lightning Mauler with it is so strong with the rest of the package that Teddy has. But I also love it in like red aggressive.
Oh, for sure. And Lightning Mauler, Burning Tree Emissary is just a classic combo.
Huh. Duretti.
I'm not so surprised to see Duretti either. Dexter took Bloodstained Mire and the Black-Red Duel, whose name I've inexplicably forgotten.
Blood Crypt. But yeah, I'm a little surprised just because I guess it's an interesting sideboard plan or option just because the rest of his deck is so aggressive that making 1/1s that can't attack. I think
Duretti is strong enough that it often warrants inclusion even in decks that are otherwise aggressive. I will say, I would probably have taken Kolagon's Command first.
Yeah.
I think Dexter's definitely planning to take Kolagon's Command anyway, but...
Yeah. I like Ugin from Val. I think Ugin definitely makes more sense than something like a Craterhoof Behemoth. I think Ugin Fires has the potential of being a non-bow. But there we are. Archangel Avacyn from Marshall is an interesting one. It's an interesting sideboard option against a control deck, but we don't really have any. No one's taken any Wraths.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Tell,
Marshall's super well set up against the Wraths that no one has.
Yeah.
And only Ketsi is even really in a place to take them. Cass can't. I mean, she can. It's just so much of her deck is creature based. It doesn't seem great. There's the Hostage Taker from Kenyon, and one of the Wraths Ketsi can take is Black Sun Zenith, which is good against Archangel Avacyn. Doesn't really care if your creatures are indestructible.
I think Avacyn could be a somewhat interesting sideboard thing against Kenyon just because of the flash nature of the card.
Mm-hmm.
Getting them to spend the mana on their turn if they're going to counter it.
Yeah.
That has some relevance there. And I think it's also possible that Kenyon takes a Damnation in the next couple of picks.
Speaking of Flash, I'm surprised that Marshall hasn't taken Restoration Angel, given that it seems pretty likely that Charles is going to want to snap it up.
Yeah, I mean, Resto doesn't do any... that's just pure malice to take that. The only thing that you Resto is the Skyclave Apparition.
It's good for dodging removal.
That's true.
I do like Resto in mono white, even if you don't have that much to flicker. But there's also, there's Kitchen Finks.
That's true. I undervalue the Finks.
There's resetting something that had a Broodmoth counter on it, I guess.
True.
That one's a little narrow, I'll admit. Resetting Phyrexian Revoker is just a real thing. I don't know.
That is true.
It's not at its best in this deck for sure, but it's not terrible.
Command the Dreadhorde is super cute.
I love the thought. I don't know how good it'll be, but I hope we find out how good it'll be.
I think that's a hilariously brilliant pickup.
Yeah.
Again, I don't know if it'll be good, but because I don't even know. If I look at the rest of Cass's deck, I don't know how many lands she would play.
Yeah, that's a good question.
All 1 and 2 drops, right? Do you want to jam this 6-mana sorcery into your 1 and 2 drop deck?
She's also playing more expensive spells. I think one of the ways you build a Luris deck is you just put all of your expensive stuff into non-permanent spells.
But she doesn't really. She has she's a 5-mana spell in Fractured Identity, and
yeah, I guess that's true.
I guess the Inscription of Ruin can be kicked, but that's the value of a modal kickable thing. So Command the Dreadhorde, while awesome, while I love the idea of that, I wonder how well it would actually fit into the deck, and if trying to make it playable. If Command the Dreadhorde was the black mythic spell land, the Agadim's Awakening. Holy cow, that's an amazing pickup for this deck. I don't know off the top of my head if it's in the
It is
cube.
not.
But that to me seems like it would be a really fun deck to put together. But here, the Commander Dreadhorde to me seems risky, given the rest of like the curve in the cards.
Yeah. I want to point out Marshall did take Honor of the Pure, so
Good choice.
3 cheers.
Sacred Foundry for Charles, just willing to let that angel go
Yeah.
forever and ever.
I mean,
but
none
also,
of Val, Dexter, or Teddy are gonna take it.
Yeah, no, it's pretty safe. But I think Charles has just drafted an absolute all-star, thoughtful, well put together deck.
Yeah. I mean,
think
Charles
if
he hasn't drafted this cube in a while, but he is a long-time cube drafter in general.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really, really well put together Roto. Taking the Golos.
Golos seems really strange there without any like hope of ever making white or black mana.
That is a sentence I would agree with, yeah. Cultivate's a hope. Migration Path is a hope.
But both of those would require you to put basic plains and swamps into the deck. It's already going to be struggling for mana.
Yep.
Kenyon taking Ruinous Path really, like, Getsy has clearly decided not to prioritize Planeswalker destruction, which I can see there actually aren't that many Planeswalkers that people are picking up in this draft, so...
No, a very late picked up Hero of Dominaria for Charles, which I think is solid. Should be very playable in his deck.
Yeah, one of the
Damnation,
rewards for being blue-white, for sure.
Yeah.
There's that Damnation. I like that. I wonder if she'll also go for Black Sun. Cass finally taking lands. Brushland, because Temple Garden is gone. Is this going to be Godless Shrine? Thank God.
Yeah. Oh, that... Godless Shrine being 39th and Treetop Village being 28th is just... It's wild to me.
It's pretty strange. I mean, I get the logic that Val or Teddy might want Treetop Village, but I don't know. Val especially, I suppose, is just very unpredictable.
I would love to see just kind of like a plotting of previous rotos of where each shock has gone, and just to see the cliff, like the absolute cliff on this in this draft.
Yeah.
Of like where Godless Shrine went.
We got to pick people to interview after the draft.
Yeah. What? No. It's not even close. Okay. I was not tracking
you thought
that,
Cadmium's
like,
pulling a U.
I was real excited about it, but there's a lot of powerful cards here that are not.
Yeah.
I mean, could certainly just play the Gyruda as just a finisher, but I wouldn't even see why, given the rest of the deck.
I mean, it is powerful with... Kenyon has Phantasmal Image and Phyrexian Metamorph, which do work really well with Gyruda.
Yeah.
And he could easily just pick up a Grizzlebrand on the wheel here.
That is true. That would be pretty late for Grizzlebrand in this queue, but that's the draft we got.
Marshall takes Jinx Choker over Dexter. Criminally late for that card to go. That is probably the third best card in the mono red deck, something like that.
Rekindling Phoenix, I like, is a good pickup for Dexter. I think Dexter has navigated the end of this draft pretty strongly.
Yeah.
In terms of thinking about how to put together a good sideboard. Wildfire Destructive
we
Force.
called Teddy's last 2 picks ages ago. Val took Coercive Portal, I want to point out. Another really strong card that's also still a 4-mana permanent.
This is it. This is the one where it all comes together. This is the one.
This makes it all make sense.
This makes it all make sense. Oh, I think they're confused because of the Benelish Martian, potentially. And like,
Let me
Mull
pop.
Drifter. There
Okay.
it is.
Nope. Still a 3-mana spell.
A 3-mana or a 5-mana spell. I like Mull Drifter in the context of fires.
Yeah,
Like,
no,
I
it's a
think
great card. It's just you can't play only 3, 4, and 5 drops.
We're gonna find out.
Yeah, I guess we are.
We are gonna find out if Preordain, Fire Prophecy, Ren and 6, Faithless Looting, and Search for Tomorrow are enough.
All right, I think we gotta interview Cass, just because she's doing the most experimental deck, and that's cool.
Yep.
Kenyon might be interesting to interview as well, as a new drafter. And do you have anyone you want to single out as an interview target?
No, like I think I would love to talk about just kind of how Charles navigated it, because I think he just did a good job. But that's less interesting. I feel like if we talk to Val, it might be beating up on Val a little bit. And I
would feel a little bad about that.
So we could also talk to Dexter about his pivot and like how he decided to navigate that after like Lightning Bolt Ponder. I think that would be an interesting thing to kind of hear a little bit about, like being sandwiched in between two people who are starting to fight for similar colors, like what went through his head. All right. I don't know how many people you usually interview.
We kind of just keep going until the games start, but let's pencil in Cass, Kenyon, Charles, Dexter.
Yeah, I love it.
All right.
And then I probably mute you in the alt Google stream, and then we pop into Discord.
I usually keep the Google stream unmuted. I have you turned down to 0% volume on Discord.
Okay.
So I'll just never hear you through Discord. I'll only ever hear you through Google.
Okay, that makes sense.
And then,
Okay.
Cool. Charles apparently sent me a question on Facebook. The question is, if you reveal a delve card with God Eternal Kefnet, can you still delve? I think the answer is yes.
Yes, I believe the answer is yes. I'm going to use some of the organizational downtime to run to the restroom. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
All right, waiting on Charles to make a pick here. I did answer his question, so hopefully he can choose something. What cards am I expecting to go last for each of these decks? Marshall, I feel like, still really ought to take Windbrisk Heights. I don't think it's gone yet. Is that right? Yeah, Windbrisk Heights is still on the board. Let's see, Kenyon. God, it could be anything. What are the blue-black cards still remaining? No blue-black rares, no blue-black duels. Okay, cool. Why isn't Gyruda crossed out? That's weird. One sec. I'm gonna check in.
So if you look at the one Teddy posted, that you can use that as an example.
All right, there. My last card.
Okay. Change the rocks from Charles. Fascinating. Hey, it's a very powerful removal spell if you're those colors. Connive Concoct also isn't crossed out. I don't understand.
I am back.
Hello. I'm sort of speculating on what the last picks from everyone was going to be. I was correct that Marshall's last pick was Windbrace Guy. Riftwing Cloudscape from Kenyon, excellent card. Grizzlebrand from Ketsi, as I sort of suspected, and Fixing Land from Cass of some sort. I don't know what's left. Wretched Confluence. All right, another expensive spell to sort of shore up that.
Yeah, I like the Confluence pickup.
All right, I gotta make teams. All right, I'm making teams right now, folks. Please hold for 1 moment. Has anyone called table?
Table.
I think I heard Val first.
Same.
I was thinking about calling it, but then I just forgot what the rules are, and it doesn't really matter because I'm already at my table.
All right, the teams are Cass, Teddy, Dexter, and Ketsi versus Charles, Kenyon, Val, and Marshall.
That's interesting. The wings versus the middles.
Yeah, it does seem to be how it ended up.
Well, thank goodness.
Highlighted on the spreadsheet now. Don't forget to please come up with a team name that I can put into the records tab. If you don't come up with one, I'll think of something embarrassing for you.
Sorry about that.
Middle has table, right?
Yes, middle team has table.
Oh, okay. We'll be out in just a second. Sorry.
Cool. All right, Daniel, do you want to head to another one to do interviews? So we are going to be interviewing Cass first, and then work our way from there.
Sounds good.
All in all, kind of an interesting roto. Blue and red, of course, very heavily drafted.
Yeah.
White, kind of underdrafted, although, Charles was able to sort of identify that and take advantage of it towards the end, get a bunch of powerful gold spells.
Yeah.
Did he ever end up taking Restoration Angel? He did not.
He did not. That's funny. He took Chain to the Rocks and Spellcaller. Huh. I think it's like the white control shell never quite those cards never really fully entered in. The rats, the Elspeth Conquers Death, those sorts of cards.
Yeah, it spent like 6 mana Elspeth, that sort of thing.
But I think this one was definitely an interesting one to see. I think there were like a lot of clear archetypes that were like very well, right? Like we had a really solid mono red aggro, we had a really solid mono white aggro, we have like a black devotion thread, we have a blue based control deck, and then just a couple of interesting variation. Yeah,
of the drafters, I would say Ketsi, Kenyon, Marshall, Charles, and Dexter all really went for tried and true classic cube archetypes. Teddy went for an archetype that is classic in this cube, but maybe not as broadly. And then Val and Cass were drafting really experimental, off-the-wall decks.
Yeah, which is good. I mean, I think like that's where I try and be. I think when I certainly approach cubes and even this cube.
All right, so here is Cass's deck list, and here is Cass. Hello, Cass. How do you feel like your draft went?
Approximately. So there were a lot of things that happened. The first thing that happened was that we intended to be like a blue-white Esperish control deck with like Snapcaster and Loris and all that stuff. Then 4 other people were in blue, and Snapcaster went before we could take it in the second turnaround. So we were like, okay, that's fine. We can still be, bluish. And after a couple more rounds, we realized that we were absolutely not going to be able to do anything we wanted to do in blue. And so we hard pivoted into black-green, not knowing that Ketsi had, or not like realizing and connecting that Ketsi had taken Verdant Catacombs already. Though I think she ended up already mostly in black anyway, so kind of whatever. But basically, we probably should have been heavier in white, but yeah, I don't know. It was just like a disaster, and we were pretty much entirely making up things as we went along because we did not prepare to draft whatever the hell deck this is.
The intention coming in was to draft a Lurrus companion deck that was some
So
kind
I don't
of.
know if y'all have any more specific questions.
Daniel, you are muted in Discord chat.
Sorry about that. So the plan coming in was to draft a Esper kind of blue leaning control deck with a Lurrus companion. Like that was kind of like your initial plan coming in.
Yeah, and so we could lean on powerful spells, which is why we took Fractured Identity so early.
Yeah.
Especially after talking with Nat about it. And I think it was correct for us to do so, even though it's ending up as kind of an awkward splash. But
yeah, both of the splash colors in the spell that you're splashing, neither of them the core base of the colors.
Yeah.
When did you decide on Command the Dread Horde? Because we both loved that. We both thought that was an amazing decision pickup given the context of the rest of the deck.
So we thought about it fairly early on. Command the Dread Horde is basically always on our radar, even though it's A, not really on anyone else's radar, and B, also I think just kind of borderline. The reason we were kind of like between that and Wretched Confluence, and we ended up taking both, which I think is good.
Yeah.
And part of the reason for that is that we really want ways to get Lurrus back, and there really aren't that many. We were considering taking the 2-mana 2/1 with Lifelink and Menace that can reanimate stuff if you kick it. That was also on our radar, but we were more iffy on that. It's possible we should have taken that more highly instead of letting Ketsi have it. But Command the Dread Horde, I really like the idea of in this deck, just because it lets us. I mean, the play pattern is kind of, we kill all their stuff, then we play our stuff, and it gets killed, and then we play Command the Dread Horde and reanimate our opponents like 3, 4, 5, 6 drops, and also a bunch of our little stuff, and that lets us get back into the game like that. And then Wretched Confluence does a similar thing. It only gets Lurrus back to our hand, but it's kind of safer there as well, and since it's an instant, we can just do it, untap, play Lurrus, immediately get value, unlike with Command the Dread Horde. And importantly, it also lets us get back things like Hydroid Krasis and Stonecoil Serpent to our hand, so we can cast them for X equals more than, 0 or 2, respectively.
Yeah.
Do you still plan on playing blue then?
I have no idea, honestly. I kind of want to. I don't know if I'll play Jace. It feels awkward not playing our first pick, but I think it might be correct not to. But I haven't looked at what exactly the matchups are. I think we have the more aggressive decks, and our opponents have the slower decks, maybe, or maybe it's the other way around. I forget. But if we're against like slower decks mostly, I'll probably want to keep in like Hydroid Krasis and Negate and maybe even Jace. And if we're against more aggressive decks, I might go more streamlined, cut the blue entirely. Actually, the blue is nice with Krasis, but at least like bring it down to like a much tinier splash where that's the only blue card we're playing, and then go more into like the removal and Wretched Confluence and all that stuff.
That makes sense. One thing that we were talking about a lot during the draft portion was your floating of some of the fixing lands. Teddy sort of got you on Temple Garden, and you took Godless Shrine really, really late, despite valuing fetch lands super highly. Can you give us some context on that?
Yeah, so part of that is that just we didn't know what the hell we were doing for so long, and we did make sure to pick up Overgrown Tomb when we realized that we were going to be fighting Ketsi for black-green stuff. The our experience so far in Roto, which granted this is our third Roto, so whatever, but our experience so far with it has been that fetches are way more important than shocks, just because you can fetch a lot of different lands. That like not just the shocks, but the fetches are the only ones that can fetch. And you can see we also just incidentally managed to pick up some small synergies with our 3 fetch lands in Lotus Cobra and Murderous Cut. So we really want to make sure we get fetch lands early, especially if we're planning on being in 3 colors, and especially if we end up in 4 colors. We also, I mean, we floated Temple Garden and what's it called? Godless Shrine, just because nobody was in those colors. I guess Teddy took Temple Garden because it's a plains for Farseek, but that just got us completely out of left field. We just figured like, okay, nobody else wants this land.
I think Teddy took it so that Arid Mesa could fetch green.
Oh yeah, should have been paying closer attention to that. But yeah, and possibly should have been paying closer attention to the Godless Shrine as well. We were a little bit nervous that Marshall was just gonna like jump into Orzhov for a splash or something. But yeah, in general, we figured like we can pick up the fetchables later-ish, and I think that did come back to bite us a bit this draft. We didn't get any triomes. There were 2 triomes we would have loved to have that that Ketsi grabbed both of, which I think was correct for her, if not necessarily for us. And yeah, we obviously ended up with Sunken Hollow instead of Watery Grave, which also bit us a little bit. I actually, thinking back on this, I think we maybe should have taken Fetid Pools over Sunken Hollow, but we were figuring that with Sakura Tribe Elder, there's a moderate chance that we're going to have a handful of basics out, so we were valuing that a little bit more highly, possibly more highly than we should have.
Do you think you're going to end up playing 17 lands, or are you going to cut down because your curve is so heavy on 1s and 2s?
I don't know. I think I would honestly be happy with 17 lands, just because we made sure we prioritize ways to spend our mana. And if we do get stuck on like just 2 or 3 lands, I think that would be actually very bad. Right? We have mana sinks in the form of Hydroid Krasis and Stonecoil Serpent. We have the black level up creature. We have the various like 5 and 6 mana spells, or I guess like there's only like 3 of them total in our pool, but still we want to be able to grab Luris and then play Luris and play something with Luris, so that's 3 mana on one turn and then 4 or 5 mana on another. We want to be able to buy back stuff and play it again. We have Mind Stone loops we can do with Luris. There's Castle Lochthwain and 2 of the Horizon lands. We have so many ways to spend our mana that I think it would probably be a bad idea to cut down on lands, just so we can make sure we have a deck that gets to do what it wants to do every game, or as many games as possible.
Yeah, and that was something that Natalie remarked on quite positively during the draft, was the Hex Drinker, while in the context of everything you picked up, was a great example of a thing to pick up once you're going into the lure strategy. The Hex Drinker, the Knight of the Ebon Legion, the Pack Rat, all good ways to kind of use mana and fit in that Luris restriction. So that was really well done.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see how your deck ends up playing. This is so much uncharted territory for the cube, so I commend you on your experimentalism.
Thanks. We don't like playing the same thing twice if we can help it. So kind of every time we try to make sure we have enough plans for our seat. And as it turns out, our one plan for the first seat was not enough, but and we also try to make sure that, at least 1 or 2 of them are something like new and interesting and fun that we can try out.
All right. Well, thank you for interviewing. We have Ketsi here now to to tell us what she's on about. Ketsi?
See you later.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, so I had second seat, and I didn't craft any new plans this time because I didn't get to execute on any of the ones I had last time. And I was kind of almost in a worse position for what I was for my strategy last time, which was to take Jite and then just take whatever was open, because I was pretty sure I was just going to end up in mono white again if I did that, and I didn't want to be in mono white again. So I decided not to take Jite and take Thoughtseize to say I'm going to take black cards. And I don't really like doing that in C2 because I feel like you really want to be taking like Fractured Identity or Lutri or like any number of like really powerful cards. But I didn't want to draft those decks, so I wanted to draft this deck, so I took this card.
Yeah, I thought Thoughtseize was a surprising pick from the, pure correctness standpoint, because as you say, it boxes you a little bit more into a specific deck, and I think taking a powerful, flexible card is what you want to be early so you can react. But it certainly worked out for you. You were really not fighting with very many people in this draft.
Not really, but then I was fighting a lot with Cass, and it was it was so weird because I didn't understand Luris's ability, so I thought certain cards were safe from Cass taking, and then I was like, oh, I don't understand what's happening here. And then I learned how it actually worked, and I was like, okay, now things make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Daniel.
Oh, how intentional was kind of the taking of the triomes, purely kind of reacting to Cass as opposed to kind of your own personal plans for them, maybe?
Right. Yeah, I mean, I put them higher than I had them on my list. Let me just go check my list real quick.
In particular, you took one of them over Overgrown Tomb, which surprised me.
Did, because the Stakeoff Triome was the colors that Cass was in. She seemed more blue than white at that point. And so I figured I'd take that one. Because I'm not opposed to just kind of like hate drafting against people because chances are they're not on your team. And so I took that one, and I like the cycling aspect a lot, honestly. And I had them, let's see, on my list. Where is it? Things get after I take them. I had them in Indatha was like high up, but then I took Zagoth instead because it seemed like that's what Cass wanted. And then Cass took Overgrown Tomb instead of Indatha Triome when she was 4-color already at that point. So I was just like, well, this doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I thought those were two particularly well drafted, brutal picks for the person coming after you on that side. I thought that was really nicely done.
Both of the Triumph picks.
Yeah,
it is funny that you ended up with Indatha Triome and Cass ended up with Overgrown Tomb, when probably both of your decks would be better if you just swapped them one for one.
Either Triumph I could swap. Yeah, I mean, I only have 2 green cards that I'm intending to cast for green mana. So I should have taken Assassin's Trophy because instant speed obviously is very relevant when combo decks are, Key, Jiki, and Splinter Twin are things.
Yeah, I thought the Slaughter Pact was a really smart pickup there because you're right, you are a little bit low on things that can answer a Deceiver Exarch.
Yeah, I was looking at those as what are my possible answers, and I was like, I can take Burtis Rider and Heartless Act later, and it was between Slaughter Pact and Dismember, and then I took Slaughter Pact because the 0 mana is just so strong, and then Cass took Dismember right after that, and I was like, God, gosh. So,
how hard do you think you're gonna lean into the devotion aspect of the deck as opposed to?
I'm on the devotion aspect. So I drafted a version of this deck. In table draft several weeks ago. I don't know, a month ago maybe. And it was really strong. And one of the things that really makes it work is Fiend Artisan, which is why I took it high because it was also in Cass's 2 mana permanent category. So I was just I need this card for my deck. I've normally it's on my list much later, depending if someone's in Birthing Pod, I might try to prioritize it. But yeah, so Fiend Artisan is really key, is what I learned last time, especially when you can go find things like Ravenous Chupacabra or like Geralf's Messenger, Grave Titan, like all it's and Grey Merchant of Asphodel obviously itself.
Yeah.
And it counts for 2 black mana, so it's just like stupidly strong. That's my experience with that card.
Pretty good with Marin too.
Yes.
One of the difficulties with Marin is like it's hard to accumulate those experience counters really quickly because Marin is usually the thing that dies first.
Yeah. I was at the end I was sad because I hadn't made any room for Woe Strider, which is also another card that can help with that. But yeah, I still like I'm looking at my list and I have to make like 6 cuts from this list of things, and I don't like that. I had this and I'm a little concerned about Teddy's list. I have to go actually look at what he has because he just took so many expensive spells. But it looks like he's not actually playing the Wildfire Devoted. Oh no, he is. I don't know. He's got them sorted a weird way, so I don't know what his mana curve looks like.
Yeah, this would be a really sweet 50 card deck. I'll say that.
Yeah, I know, right? Or 60 card.
I was surprised by the Batterskull pick. Can you talk about that a little bit?
So that was on my list because I wanted more lifelink things to like with mono black, like, and especially if I'd gotten Dark Confidant, which I hadn't already at that point. I don't think.
No, you have not. Well, you don't have Dark Confidant now, so.
Dark Confidant had already gotten taken, so I was a little questionable about it. But it was just like, and I regret it because I think it could have opened a slot, but also I don't regret it because I don't care. I'm happy that Marshall doesn't have it because that's really nice. But yeah, so I wanted more lifelink things because if you have Dark Confidant, you have Bitter Blossom, you have Dreadhorde Invasion, Phyrexian Arena, just like all these things that cost life. And I really want as many lifelink things as possible, which is why I have the new Nighthawk. I have Null Priest of Oblivion. I took Gifted Aetherborn because I didn't know if the aggro decks were to be on my team. I got Wormhole Engine really early because that's a really powerful with Dread Return. And so you just really need, especially when there's aggro decks like these, it's less essential in like table draft because the pressure is just not as real. But with mono white and mono red, like those decks are gonna like really put pressure on your life total, and a lot of your early things to get card advantage cost life. Or if you have like Dismember, for example, right? And the other thing that happened was that early on, I felt like I wasn't fighting a lot of people, so I took a lot of artifacts early, right? Because I was just like, I'm just gonna take these colorless cards for me, and I can have them if I want them.
Yeah, that makes sense. I was surprised you took it over Nighthawk Scavenger in particular, but I'm guessing that's because you didn't think Nighthawk Scavenger was going to be fought over.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about it. I was like, really, like, basically almost every time that it came around to me, I was like, is now the time I take Nighthawk Scavenger? Like, is someone just going to take it and, like, make me really sad? But I felt like I didn't need to take it because Cass was on the Luris plan, right? And so I was safe from taking it from Cass. And I don't think I took it, when did I take it? I took it pretty soon after Kenyon went into black. Right, so it was really about halfway through the draft. I was like, "Oh shit! I really need a lot of actual cards to make my deck function," and so I just started taking the cards that I needed for my deck, and that started basically with Dread Return. So I was like, "I need Dread Return, Nighthawk Scavenger, Blood for Bones, Grey Merchant," and I just started going down the list of cards that I really absolutely want in my deck.
Yeah, it looks like a really sweet like value reanimator kind of thing you've got going on here.
Yeah, I mean, it's very much like, so I have like three discard outlets, and 3 reanimation effects. But all the discard outlets are like cards you want to play, and like so like I'm just gonna get some benefit. Like I'm not sort of like forcing anything. Like I'd want like Smuggler Copter is a little weird, but I still like it. But yeah. So.
Yeah, it's it's a cool deck. I agree. I think Smuggler's Copter is just great in any deck.
Yeah.
I think it's also interesting that like it took a roto draft where Birthing Pod was simply not taken in order to have a deck like this sort of work and not be super contested.
Yeah, I mean, I actually had Birthing Pod on my list for playing in this deck because actually it would be really sick. But it's also another card that like really wants to be paying a lot of life. And I didn't kind of end up getting enough. Like I kind of want more, like one more 3 mana card to go search up the 4 mana card. It's just like there's so many things you can do with this kind of shell. And you just can't fit it all into one 40 card deck, which is really the sad part. So you just got to really think about like, okay, what is actually the real core power of the deck and try to focus on that. So
Yeah.
yeah, I'm still not even sure about the Cold Steel Heart and Coalition Relic. I need cuts and I have to cut those.
Yeah, I was interested in your early pickups of Cold Steel Heart and Coalition Relic, which I sort of thought meant that you were going to go into sort of a black deck with a couple cool splashes, which is kind of what you did. I almost expected you, once Kenyon took Watery Grave, to just snipe a couple of the really powerful blue-black gold cards because you can cast them off of Zagoth Triome and your artifacts really easily.
Yeah, I thought about it. So he took Watery Grave, like 16. Yeah, it was sort of like I saw it and I was like, oh man, it was like it was like too hard to be thinking about like fighting on the left and the right. So I just sort of like was like, I need cards for my own deck.
Yeah.
There's just so many cards to take. I would have probably wanted like Hostage Taker, but I'm not I'm not upset about having Chupacabra. One of the problems is that there's so many good 4-drops that you want, because you could put like Skinrender, you can get Pelucranos was on my list, the 4 mana black green one, and Murderous Redcap. There's just so many. Like if you're in a pod, if you do get the pod, you want the Murderous Redcap. And I think if you want to go to the pod route, you want to like just not bother with the reanimation route. But the reanimation route is so strong with like the Blood for Bones and Dread Return are just so good with Grave Titan and Wormcoil Engine.
Yeah.
And
All
occasionally, maybe I'll cheat out a Grizzlebrand on turn 4, so we'll find out.
All right, thank you, Ketsi. Good luck in the rounds, and good luck trying to pare down cards from this deck.
Yeah.
Dexter, how do you feel like your draft went?
I feel good. I get to play this mono red deck, and I get to play some new Magic cards that I haven't played with before. Not all of them, sadly. After looking it over with my team, some of them aren't gonna quite work out, but yeah, it went great.
Let me bring up your
pretty much went
deck
according
list.
to plan. I enjoyed. I went in thinking I was exactly 7th again, which was the same that I was the last time I did this. So all my homework was transferred over that I did for the last one, so I didn't have to do it as much for this one. And my plan in seat 7 is to take the cheap red and blue and red spells in that order, and use the close to back-to-back picks to kind of try to put people off of that blue-red aggressive deck, but that didn't work out. A bunch of people, I took that Ponder, and by the time it got back around to me, people were really pushing on that, on taking blue cards. And so I just started taking red cards, and then I didn't stop taking red cards after that.
I was really interested in hearing about the pivot, like just deciding what's going through your head at that moment, and like, do you get out of, like with Teddy to your right in red and Val to your left or on the spreadsheet is the way I'm thinking about it. To your left in red, having just taken the fires, the decision to kind of like almost double down on the red and completely abandon the blue. Did you always kind of like decide like, okay, I'm going to go like very like low curve red aggro, or did you try and take some picks that were a bit more flexible that you could feel out where you were going from there.
Yeah, I tried to keep it open. I thought maybe I could also potentially get into some sort of Rakdos aggro reanimator type thing, which is why you see after after the Lightning Bolt Ponder Bone Crusher Giant, I take the Planeswalker, I take Chandra, I take Bloodstained Mire, I take Shatter Skull Smashing because that card seems really cool. I'm gonna play with that card.
Thank you for taking that so highly, by the way. I had a bet going with Sarah that it would go as early or earlier than it did in the last draft, and I won.
I don't know when it went in the last draft, but like that was one of the. I was talking to Natalie about like new cards in the cube that were strong, just because I play Magic very infrequently, and then she pointed out that these cards exist. These cards that are like complete bombs that are also your lands, and it's like, okay, that seems pretty good. I'll take one of those. And I even messaged Matt halfway through the draft, like, hey, how do I look up those cards? I want to see what those cards. What other cards like that are there in the cube? But there weren't that many. So I was trying to stay open to maybe being on that, red-black plan. The nice thing about being in the dedicated mono-red deck is you have kind of all the time in the world to make your picks in a lot of ways. Like, because you get to have fun. You get to do the fun, like, next-level brain puzzle of trying to think what cards belong in a mono-red deck that other people might take, and take those. And that way, and, like, really heavy hitters like Katha the Hammer, and like cards like I'm going to my draft here. Cards that I got late that are great in red decks. Like the 1-drops, like Stromkirk Nobles or Go Bellstriker, things that are super important to your deck. No one else is taking, so you can like try to take the burst lightnings and the stuff like that. It's by other people, the Grim Lava Mancer, which is like great in my deck, but someone else could easily take it. Charles could have easily taken it. You never know what Cass is going to take. They were in like every color, it looked like. I'm pretty pleased. And it's nice to be an infrequent Magic player and not have to play any cards that I don't understand how they work. Magic Online.
Speaking of being an infrequent Magic player, there are a couple other new cards in this from, I think, before you were playing super, or I think after you were playing super frequently. What are your thoughts on like Embereth, Shieldbreaker, Magmatic Channeler, Robber of the Rich, Bone Crusher Giant, those sorts of things, Valakut Exploration?
Yeah. Embereth Shieldbreaker stood out to me. I'm interested how it plays, because to me it feels worse than the ones that are in like the several that come into like are the 2-mana 2 ones that have the red sacrifice destroy an artifact. But I'm wondering if that's true, because like it seems nice to be able to develop your threat before they play the artifact and be attacking with it, and which you can't really do with Embereth Shieldbreaker. But on the other hand, with Embereth Shieldbreaker, you get both. So you get to be attacked. You don't like lose the 2/1 when you destroy the artifact. So I'm actually real curious to see how the play pattern of that shifts, even though it's such a subtle change. And then I haven't played much at all. I haven't played at all with Direfleet Daredevil or Robber of the Rich, which are very similar type of cards. And I don't know that my deck is going to take super good advantage of them, because my deck I have a very low to the ground red deck. I'm not sure.
That tends to make Robber of the Rich good, if anything, because it means you're playing out your hand before they are.
Yeah, what I mean by I will keep a tally with how many spells I'm actually able to cast, because like I'm playing against opponents with people with converted mana cost 4 and up spells, and I don't even know if my deck can do that. You know what I mean? But I'm excited to play with them, like, and try out that like new form of red card advantage. And I played against Bone Crusher Giant at the last Roto draft, and I was like, oh my god, that card is so good.
That card's
like, the burn spell into the giant creature compared to the destroy artifact spell, I can like that one seems more obviously excellent to me. But
it's pretty excellent. It's kind of the acknowledged second pick, keep you open while still being excellent card in red and Roto after Lightning Bolt, because it's so good in aggro and so good in control.
Yeah, I thought that this was like you were put in a really tough spot, and I thought you navigated it really well with just the person after you taking away two of the most premium cards in the Rabble Master.
Yeah, those
and the
Goblin Bros. Yeah,
Yeah.
that happened so quickly. It was like right when I was thinking, like, I took the Bone Crusher Giant thing after having a think, like, okay, maybe I'll just stick in red. Who knows?
Yep.
And then he took those two, and that's what made me want to stay open for a little bit longer. You can see it takes a little bit
Yep.
longer before I take that Goblin Guide, which is kind of, I think, me saying, all right,
Yeah.
I'm in it. I'm in it to win it here. It looks like Teddy's not actually fighting me on mono red.
Yeah.
And
I think
which I
that's
thought
right.
might be happening there, but I didn't really know what he was doing.
Yeah, you've sort of missed the discourse recently where Sarah has been strongly advocating that Goblin Rabblemaster and Legion Warboss should go in less aggressive red decks as well, and are still excellent.
No, they're super powerful. They're basically Bitter Blossoms, right? Like they're very strong. Army in a can card advantage engines for any deck.
Yeah.
And I see, and Teddy was just explaining to me how Luca only trades up, and that's like such a game changer for cards. That Oath of Druids effect, like which I didn't realize. I was like telling him to take like Arbor Elf out of his deck or something, and he was like, "Oh no, that's actually it's not a non-bow with Luca." Like, it's
all right.
No, it's not. All right.
We are going to do a quick interview with Kenyon, and then you all can get started battling.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right, Kenyon, welcome. How do you feel like your draft
you.
went?
I mean, as good as can be expected, I suppose. I ended up in a reasonable deck, I think. I feel the experience disadvantage, but
I thought it was interesting that you ended up going so hardcore into almost mono blue, despite the fact that there were so many drafters in blue. Can you talk about your sort of decision process there?
Well, the blue drafters didn't really seem to be interested in a lot of the same cards I was looking at. Like, there were cards I consider Delver Secrets, or like the Terramander I got really late, or Riftwing Cloudski, and just trying to be something like Autumn's mono blue tempo deck. And those cards, like, they were taking a lot of cards. Like, I would have liked the Serum Invasions that Charles got, or a few things like that, but they didn't really seem to be drafting blue the same way I was. I thought it was okay.
You certainly ended up with a lot of powerful spells in your deck.
And then I just added black because it seemed like with the tempo base, things like Thief and Fallen Shinobi would be easy, and no one is taking those either, so.
Yeah, one of the things I advocate a lot when people are asking me about drafting Roto, and I talked about this during the draft portion as well, is that, like, if you're going to do multicolor, the safest way to do that is to basically stick to one color as long as you can, and then start taking the cards that no one else is taking that are overlap with that color, which is basically what you did with blue-black. You had free reign over all of the blue-black gold cards, which is one of the most powerful gold sections in the cube.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't expect to be able to get blue-red at all based off of the early picks. And Fractured Identity is the card that would have pulled me into blue-white, and that went early as well. So then it was like, all right, I guess blue-black will be open, and it was.
You prioritized fairly highly a bunch of the cheap black removal, but of that removal, only Go for the Throat is in your main deck. Can you tell us a bit about why that is?
So, I took a lot of those as sideboard cards, was basically my thinking. I figured at some point against either the mono white deck, which I ended up on my team, or the mono red deck, I'd want to have those as options. But my main deck is more focused on tempo and attacks, right? I've got a bunch of evasive creatures I'm trying to get through. So they were never expected to really make my main deck and just come in on certain matchups.
That makes sense. I guess once you have a solid 23, most of roto drafting is shoring up your sideboard against various different people.
Yeah, I was really worried about mono red. I think it'll be a tough matchup, but that's why I took the Spell Skite. That's why I took Fatal Push, Foul Mire. I would have liked a different removal spell than Epic Downfall, but you can't get everything you want. So.
Do you?
Yeah, I thought.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I just thought that your draft was very well navigated. I think your focus in on just getting extremely powerful blue cards, and then, exactly as Nat had said, pivoting to black when it kind of still looked open, and it became the most open way to shore up the challenges that you had. I thought like it just was very, very well navigated, given kind of so many other people fighting over blue. You somehow were able to kind of get, it seems like, almost anything that you wanted. Like, did you have a sense of, like, other than the cheap cantrips, other things that like you felt like would have made, like, helped your deck pull ahead?
I don't know if you got the audio for the draft chat itself, but there was a Mutavault pick that was taken immediately before I was going to take it. Actually, I would have taken it a few picks higher. I would have taken it probably above Terramander, Go the Throw, any of that stuff. I just forgot it existed. I was like, oh, there's a Mutavault there. Oh, that would be perfect. And then it was taken immediately the seat before me.
Oh, no.
So
Yeah,
that one hurt.
We spent a lot of time talking about Mutavault and a couple of the more like spell or utility lands in the context of both the mono red and the mono white decks, and we were kind of quite surprised that they weren't prioritized more highly. So sad to hear it was on your radar and then cruelly snatched away.
The problem was it wasn't on my radar. I didn't notice it. Somebody took Chrome Mox, and so then I went back and I looked at the color section, and then I saw it and I was like, oh, that's got to be my next pick. And then it couldn't be. Yeah, if it was on my radar, it would be in my deck. It just wasn't. So
brutal.
Brutal.
What was your last cut from the deck?
My last cut, I was talked into cutting Terramander by my teammates. I actually wasn't running Hostage Taker, which they just said I've got to play. It's too strong. So I listened to them. It didn't quite match what I was going for with, like, get an early drop down and try to control with counter spells, but we'll see if that works out or not.
All right, well, good luck. Well, it'll be very fun to watch your draft. I think we have a few matches already going.
Ooh, wonderful.
So let's hop into let's see who's actually battling and who's still deck building. Let me bring back up the cube spreadsheet so I remember who's on which team. Let's jump into another match channel where it seems like Dexter and Val are the first draft actually fighting. Oh, actually, hold on. Cass and Marshall are about to start from scratch, so that seems like a good one to watch.
All right. I'll see you there.
Hey, Cass?
Yeah?
Would you be willing to stream your screen for us?
Really?
Thank you.
Give us a sec. We got to put our gamer gloves back on.
I'm so tempted to sing Gamer Gloves to the tune of the Gator Golf advertising jingle, but I'm not going to because I am trying to exhibit self-restraint.
That's very disappointing.
Hit me up sometime when I'm not streaming, and maybe I'll do you a solid and sing you Gamer Gloves.
All right. Hey, Marshall.
So Dan, usually what we do when we're commentating a match is we deafen ourselves again, sort of like we were doing during the draft, so we can talk about what things people should be doing while they proceed to not do those things.
Sure. All right. I think I have successfully done these things.
All right. Good luck, you two. This is a interesting hand for Cass. 3 mono black reactive spells. I mean, Brain Maggot's not that reactive, but she's got good mana. I like this keep here.
Yeah. I think throwing this back and looking at another hand that had like spells you couldn't cast would be really hard to stomach, given given what we know the game to be.
Yeah. The biggest risk of this hand is that it's going to cost Cass a lot of life if she doesn't draw another black source.
Yeah.
And that's rough against Marshall's mono white deck.
Yeah, but it is good to have 2 strong pieces of removal, including one that's going to be able to get rid of a sticky resilient threat up front in that Dismember. right? Dismember being able to get rid of a Vanguard or a Hallowblade or even like a Gideon Blackblade is pretty important.
Yeah, Dismember is really, really strong. And that Gideon Blackblade is a brutal one.
It's a very strong... It's just a creature that has a bunch of extra evasion and resiliency.
Yeah.
Because it's also a Planeswalker.
Yeah. And sometimes it just kills something.
Yeah. Wow, that's a great pickup.
Yeah, that's just an excellent draw. It means that if she wants to, she could just put Luris in her hand next turn.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see the Luris play pattern in this deck, because I feel like a lot of the time... is that going to name Noble Hierarch? Yep, Noble Hierarch. A lot of the time I feel like, a Luris' deck tends to try and put a lot of pressure into play, and then use Luris to kind of refill, maybe once they're lower on gas. So it'll be interesting to see in this, particularly this type of game right now where there's not a ton of pressure, where putting Luris in the hand and actually playing Luris becomes relevant.
Yeah. Yeah, without a lot of stuff to rebuy or a lot of other action, that does seem like it might be the play.
Basic Swamp here seems reasonable.
Yeah. Casting down the Revoker makes some sense, although it does mean that the Thalia is either going to have to eat a Dismember, which is painful, or we'll start bashing in for real damage.
Yeah, I think it looks like Cass is going to be playing the Brain Maggot. Get a sense of what's going on in the hand, what kind of challenges, or deciding between the Dismember, maybe?
Yeah, I think it's a choice between Dismember and Braggot.
Yeah.
And going for the Dismember, which I kind of like that play. I feel like every turn you can stop the white deck from starting to attack. It just raises the win percentage of the game substantially.
Yeah, I think that sounds right. And Talia is a pretty relevant, powerful threat coming from that deck.
Oh, Marshall did get the Spectral Procession. I was not paying attention when he picked that.
Yeah, I don't think either of us saw that.
Command the Dreadhorde does look pretty cool here. I wonder if Cass is just going to cycle Silent Clearing pretty soon.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me.
I think it's kind of... Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, unless she's just very convinced that the casting Command the Dreadhorde on time is going to be relevant. No, you're called it right away. I'm going to go ahead and cycle the land, see if we can't find another threat.
Ooh, Hydroid Craze is a strong one. That's going to be able to block the spirits, gain cast back some amount of life, and really put a fair amount of pressure on Marshall to answer it effectively.
Interesting attack from Cass.
You saw her highlight the Windbrisk Kites. Cass knows how to play to the camera. She was telling us there that she's attacking with that because having 3 creatures in particular is good for Marshall right now because of the Windbrisk Kites. So she thought he wasn't going to block, which she was correct about.
Yeah, very much so.
Wow. There's a strong set of
That
cards.
Yeah.
This is the point where if I'm Cass, I'm just sort of putting my head in my hands.
Yeah. I mean, the upside is that Marshall can't both cast one of those things and flip Windbrisk Kites next turn.
Unless he
So
draws
if
a
there's
planes.
something, unless, yeah, without drawing a land. So unless, you know, he'll have to decide between massively brutal plays, unless that land is drawn, in which case it's going to potentially be a rough turn depending on what's underneath the heights.
It's also, I mean, the thing is, Marshall can draw a land, a 2-drop, a 1-drop, and still use Windbrisk Heights. So
yeah, it looks like we're cracking the heights now.
It is instant speed. You can do that and play like a Planeswalker or whatever during your combat step if you want to.
Yeah, I noticed notably for this, it fits like in honor of the pure, right? It's
Right,
double the
Banalish
damage
Marshall.
being dealt. Yeah,
Oh, I need to make sure people have
there it is.
team names. There we go.
There's the honor of the pure. Makes sense to prioritize getting that out and in play. You can see and drew the land. Oh, this is a brutally strong start from the mono white deck.
Yeah, this is just going to be hard to come back from. I mean, even if Cass had huge haymakers, which she kind of doesn't, not of this tier. And Hydrate Crisis is just not. I mean, it's as a 3/3, it's still going to be okay here. It's just not like, you know,
Eats a
blocking.
spirit, but yeah,
Blocking 1 of
Grim
3
Edge
damage is a
crap.
lot different than blocking 2 of 10. 12,
Yeah.
sorry.
yeah. Yeah, and every one of these big swings makes Command the Dreadhorde a more difficult proposition, because the life total just isn't as high, and you can't quite bring back as many of the things that you want to bring back.
Yeah, I'm sure Dreadhorde is going into the sideboard after this game.
Yeah. Oof. Yeah. Yeah, if you're going to chump block, you should try and preserve the life total as much as possible, but that Command the Dreadhorde just is not going to get cast.
No, there's just no way.
That's another very powerful Magic card.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things about white is it just has, like, if it's on the front foot, it just has cards and cards and cards of just absolute beaters. At least this duress isn't dead. That's something.
Yeah.
But
But
Cass
I
is.
think- Yes.
All right. Let's switch over to Marshall's stream.
Sure.
For game 2.
All right. So now you can see my CMC. What's even going to be relevant here? I like Winds of Abandon coming in. You've seen the Luris. Having an exiling answer to Luris, I think, is meaningful. And just an exiling answer to any of the spells means that there's no chance that a Luris in play will be able to recur them. I think that would be worthy of an inclusion over certainly something like Valorous Stance, which is just a completely irrelevant card here.
Yeah. Valorous Stance can kill only the 2 X creatures.
Yeah.
Taking out Elspeth Knight Errant, I don't understand. That's just an incredible damage machine.
Yeah, so the question is then, I don't know the extent to which Marshall is looking at the opposing person's deck list to figure out kind of what's going to make sense and what's going to be relevant.
Yeah.
But to me, yeah, I like the Winds of Abandon in. I don't know why you would cut the Planeswalkers necessarily.
Yeah, that's strange. I wonder if the thought is somehow that like Command the Dreadhorde can get them back, and that's bad. But like, there's no way Cast keeps in Command the Dreadhorde against such an aggressive deck. Also, someone talked Marshall into cutting Jinx Choker, and I hate that. It makes me very angry.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that.
Jinx Choker is just an unreasonably strong card if you're the beatdown.
Yeah.
I can't endorse cutting it.
Yeah, it seems like an okay hand, especially if there's a 1-mana creature coming out on the draw.
Yeah.
Unlikely to expect, but not unreasonable to hope.
Yeah, this is why I really like Isamaru in decks with Skullclamp, by the way, because like,
yep.
if you're just paying 2 mana to equip a 2/1 or whatever and having it die immediately, you're not getting all that much value. If you're making Isamaru into a 3-power attacker on turn 2 that they then can't trade with or kill without losing a bunch of value, you're really, really ahead.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense.
I don't remember who said it, but someone mentioned that in this cube, Skullclamp might actually be better if it was +1/+0. It certainly would lead to people drafting better decks, because fewer people are going to just like try to draft Skullclamp Bitter Blossom and assume that that is going to be enough to win them the draft, which it hasn't been for 5 years.
Yeah.
Cass, I think, is favored this game. Phyrexian Revoker might change that, actually.
Yeah, I think Revoker is going to come down on the Hex Drinker, and now the Hex Drinker is going to kind of lose the ability to have relevancy until that Revoker is knocked off the table.
Marshall kept in Valorous stance here, which is something I'm a bit skeptical of.
It seems like Marshall might be worried about destroy effects. In the sideboard, I saw him mousing over Archangel Avacyn, and just trying to like protect what he has in play, and maybe he's more interested in that mode of the Valorous stance. But
the thing is, like, 1-for-1 removal effects just aren't that effective against mono white anyway, and Cass doesn't have enough to really consistently play a control game with them.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. I don't see a lot of I don't see it being the right plan necessarily. So is that a Luris?
I think Marshall was just popping out and dismissing the box.
Got
I don't think Cass has put it in her hand yet. Assassin's Trophy makes sense. The Hex Drinker is just so valuable here.
Yeah.
And protection from instants is pretty relevant against Marshall's deck. It turns off Valorous Stance in practice. It also turns off Path to Exile. It does not turn off Winds of Abandon, and in fact, Winds of Abandon is always something that can deal with Hex Drinker profitably.
Yep.
If you overload it. Seems like a pretty easy hero of Bladehold here.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think there's a game in which you get to come back if you don't have the hero.
Hey, friends.
Right? And then...
Yeah, I think Hero plus Banalish Marshall actually stands some chance of outracing Cass. I don't think anything else does. Because Hero this turn... Oh, that's not it. Hero this turn attacking... Because, like, Cass has 1 land and Hex Drinker gets fully pumped here. Hero this turn, and then playing Banalish Marshall and attacking next turn is just on its face 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 damage. So
yeah, Well, that was
That was equally fast to game 1. All right, I'm gonna switch back to Cass's stream
all right.
for game 3. All right. What is... So yeah, Cass did side out Command the Dread Horde. Also Brain Maggot, which is interesting. I feel like Marshall's deck has enough powerful 3/4 drops that I might have kept Brain Maggot in, but I don't know. I don't know what she put in instead.
I think also Brain Maggot is going to be very difficult to remove.
Yeah.
It's, Brain Maggot sits there until you are forced to block with it. And it kind of hides that card away from the person. Until then, if they're going to path it or Winds of Abandon it, that's going to happen. And I think that's an okay use for you if that's what they have to do to get that card back.
Oh, absolutely.
But
I think trading 2 mana for a path and a land is pretty good.
Yeah.
All things considered. This is all right. The Crypt Breaker helps a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Crypt Breaker is the only thing that, to me, keeps this as a keep.
Sakura Tribe Elder can either be played, and there's a green source, so...
Yep, that is a green source. That's important, because that's a green source which will enable the Tribe Elder to find a white source, and then you're off to the races.
Yeah.
You've got all your colors.
Ooh, Stoneforge finding Jite here is pretty brutal.
Yep.
Although, worth noting that Marshall can't equip and attack with Jite next turn, even with Stoneforge, so Cass doesn't have to hold up removal right now. And then Sakura Tribe Elder blanks one Jite attack as well.
Yeah. Alright, so playing the second Swamp, which to me might indicate a willingness to be a mono black aggro deck and just turn the Tribe Elder into a 2/2 and sort of just be prepared to be a little bit more aggressive.
It's just so hard to make that a lasting strategy against a Jite,
That's true. Well, there's a Forest.
Forest is nice. Voice of Resurgence is also nice. I think she just played the Swamp so that she didn't have to take damage off of Marsh Flats that turn, or Marsh Flats fetching an untapped duel, because she at the time she really needed to fetch a Overgrown Tomb with Marsh Flats, and now she's and so that meant she really wanted to have it enter tapped. Yeah, no plays. She could have played Forest Sakura Tribe Elder to block and sack, but looks like she's planning to just probably has to cast down in response. Yeah. And she's thinking about it. She's not just like knee jerk letting this resolve.
Yeah.
That's rough because this gives Marshall also a chance to equip to the Bodyguard now, rather than needing to wait another turn and spend extra mana, or just play a Selfless Spirit, which can't be blocked by Sakura Tribe Elder, so...
Yep. It's going to be interesting to see where the Jite goes.
Yeah.
Because, hypothetically, like, the level 1 play is you'd put it on the flying creature, and the creature's going to connect, etc. However, you might want to consider putting the Jite on the 2/1 on the ground so that any sort of removal or other thing that threatens it can be protected out by the Selfless Spirit. So it'll be very interesting to see kind of where the Jite ends up in the context of the next turn.
All right, we've got a name for one team. The team on the edges, Kenyon, Marshall, Charles, and Val, is Steeler's Wheel.
That's a great name for that team.
It is.
Yep. Leaving up that removal spell, and I think, that's...
Oh, and the other one is
like
Team
play.
Wingaling Dragons.
All right. I like this play a lot. I think this is really smart.
Putting it on the bodyguard. Yeah.
Putting it on the bodyguard.
Yeah, it is certainly the next level play. Speaking of plays that are good, or would have been good, I think putting out the Selfless Spirit before the Dauntless Bodyguard would have been good, because that would have given the Dauntless Bodyguard a chance to name Selfless Spirit if Stoneforge got removed, as, in fact, it did. Man, this is so rough for Cass. I'm not sure I like putting a chump blocker there. It means that Marshall has one more spare counter on the GT, although I guess it trades with the bodyguard, which is pretty good. And now
it gets a creature off the board.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, you're right. That is better. Because Cass is really forced into playing a control game. Wow, Kenyon already beat Teddy in 2 games. That was fast.
Ooh, Hex Drinker. It's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, interesting counterplay there with the GT with 1 counter on it, you know? I like getting Luris back here.
Yep.
Although, interestingly, it sort of encourages Marshall to keep counters on GT so that he can kill Luris as soon as possible, which makes the Hex Drinker worse, but...
Yeah. I mean, Marshall's under a lot of pressure to get a creature down, particularly a creature who can be wearing a Jitte, or if not that, at least survive a clamping.
Yeah.
This turn. And without that, is in a pretty rough spot.
Brimaz is good.
Brimaz is good.
Stonecoil is not bad either. A 6-mana Stonecoil here can profitably block a Brimaz even with GT on it.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like she's going for Luris. I guess because Sakura Tribe Elder can also profitably block Brimaz, although Marshall could just use the counter on GT to get rid of the Sakura Tribe, which...
Yeah, Gripbreaker?
Yeah, like what happens if Marshall kills Sakura Tribe Elder here, equips GT, and crashes in, then kills Luris, for example?
Yeah, I think that would be... I mean, I think the net result to that would be that the Hex... I think the idea is the Hex Drinker then can come down and do a lot of work. Can come down and almost instantaneously hit level 3 through 7.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And that does put a lot of pressure on Marshall. So I see Cass's logic here. Although I might have, instead of playing Cryptbreaker, I might have played Hex Drinker, just because that puts a lot of pressure on Marshall to GT both Hex Drinker and Sakura Tribe Elder. Oh, wow.
That's interesting.
This means that she doesn't even need to use the GT counter on Sakura Tribe.
Yep.
Although it's also
Yep, that makes sense. I was going to say, it could also just name Hex Drinker, given that that's the biggest threat by far. That could be coming down here.
Either one would be good, but keeping the counter on GT also effectively nullifies Hex Drinker, because now if she tries to level, Marshall can just destroy it in response. She's considering double blocking, I think. Although, with Brimaz able to go up to 6 power or 6 toughness. It's a rough double block to do.
That's a jitte.
Yeah. Yeah, here we are. Probably, if I'm Marshall, I'm probably killing Sakura Tribe Elder and Luris here. Yeah, I understand Cass's line not going for the Stone Coil Serpent, but Stone Coil would have ended up working out a lot better here.
Yeah, this is a tough spot to be in for Cass.
Yeah.
I mean, it will also depend on kind of what is, what action that Marshall has remaining. Because, if a 7/7 Stone Coil turns out to just be good enough, right? A 7/7 Stone Coil is going to race like the 2/1 in the Vigilant. Like, it's going to be tough. So no blocks then.
No blocks.
Ultimately.
The thing about a 7/7 Stone Coil is now that Jite has 3 counters on it, well, okay, never mind. But if Jite had remained with 3 counters on it, then Brimaz could just be 9/10 and just
there
absolutely. Wow, that's so aggressive. Using all of the counters feels like Marshall's just not playing around Hex Drinker at all.
Yeah. Given the speed at which he was destroyed by it last game, I would have thought he'd be a bit more respectful of it.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
Or like that, or he's got a Winds of Abandon, and that's gonna answer the problem.
He needs 2 more lands to overload it. So, I mean, I guess it is true that Cass cannot fully level Hex Drinker yet. So, Winds of Abandon does answer it for a 1-turn window here. Interesting 3/3 Stone Coil Serpent. I wonder if the logic behind that is. Is it just because she had that in her ability to make mana? It just seems like a bigger Stone Coil that can tussle with Brimaz is so much more relevant right now. Marshall's digging. Trying to find that wins. If indeed he kept it in. I don't
with a
remember.
3/3 Stone Coil, you can double block Brimaz with the Voice and the Stone Coil without having to risk putting the Hex Drinker in harm's way.
That's
you can
true.
clear Brimaz.
That's a good point.
And then, if they kill the Stone Coil, whatever, they kill the Stone Coil. If they kill the Voice, you have a 4/4 Voice token. And you're in an okay spot. But they don't have to. You don't have to overload the Winds of Abandon, right? It's a sorcery.
It is a sorcery. So this turn only, it can just target Hex Drinker. Next turn, once Hex Drinker gets protection from everything, it won't work anymore.
Yeah.
Unless it's overloaded, of course. I'm looking through Cass's list, and she has, I think, 0 pieces of artifact removal. So, GTA, I mean, Marshall's deck in general is always going to sort of pose a problem for her. Although it does look like she might be stabilized here.
Yeah, I mean, the Hex Drinker is just enormous.
Unfair cards versus unfair cards.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like there's an immediate answer on the other side of the board. With Marshall pretty deep in the tank about what to do about all this then. Right? I mean, I could see... Because even clamping is much worse, right? Because now if you clamp Brimaz, it just trades with the Stone Coil Serpent, and you get some counters on the Jitte. gonna see here?
I mean, clamping Brima isn't the worst, just because finding Winds of Abandon is so much like Marshall's out. If indeed, again, he still has it in the deck. But if he does, clamping Brima is trying to draw to a land, at least in the short term, so you can overload Winds and then Winds as well. Just seems like the way to go. And it seems like he agrees.
Yeah.
And, making the 1/1, I guess, not super relevant, given that it can just get blocked by Hexdrinker, but...
Double.
Wow.
Huh.
I'm not sure what Cass is playing around here. There's not anything in mono white in the cube that... There's no, like, combat tricks. There's, the thing that makes Brimaz indestructible, but that's gonna blow her out kind of regardless. It's a strange play. Strange block.
I guess a path on the one of the a path on the stone coil.
I mean, if Cass blocks with only stone coil, and Marshall paths it, like, that's not great for Marshall either, right? Marshall doesn't deal any damage.
Brisk Heights.
I mean, maybe the goal there was to, like, force Marshall to kill Voice or something, but that doesn't make any sense because he could just order Stone Coil first. Giver of Runes is a good one. Giver at least lets Marshall continue to crack in with GT even through a Hex Drinker.
Yeah, I think... Okay, he's going to blow the counters to get rid of the Stone Coil Serpent.
Yeah, this makes the triple block even stranger.
Clamp up the Giver, maybe?
I wouldn't be surprised. Or just Student, I guess.
Student is not irrelevant. Student Jute is
it's a real combo.
Tremendous potential for damage.
Yeah. Murderous Cut's a good draw here.
Yeah, but the question is, do you have to pull the trigger right now?
Yeah, you either kill Student right now or you're priced into killing Giver and only Giver. Either way, having a fully leveled Hex Drinker is going to be good, but Marshall is definitely threatening the possibility of outracing it. Even just cracking in with GT alone, given that it gains 4 life a turn at worst, makes it a pretty substantial, race capability.
Yeah, the
on the other hand, like, yeah, if Cass kills Giver here, which it looks like she is, her deck is probably better equipped than Marshall's to last out the long game, and Hex Drinker will be capable of blocking this GT indefinitely. Until Marshall gets another flying creature, but unbeknownst to Cass, Marshall doesn't even have Elspeth Knight Errant in her deck anymore, or in his deck anymore. So yeah, Sarah, you might be right, but, like, the fact that GT doesn't even get counters when a creature crashes into Hex Drinker is pretty good for Cass. The Skull Clamp does make things more difficult. Like, Marshall is much more able to draw into his outs than Cass is, but I think he has fewer outs in his deck than Cass does. Although, again, with no actual artifact removal, maybe that's not as true as I'm thinking.
Yeah, Council's Judgment would also be a way to get rid of it. Everyone can vote for Hex Drinker.
Oh yeah, I forgot he had a Council's Judgment in his deck. All right, yeah. All right, Marshall's pretty favored here. I take it back.
Yeah. I mean, I think one of the things that would be really kind of interesting, difficult, etc., is if the answer is under the heights, right? That makes this really kind of interesting.
Yeah, I mean, still, Marshall just puts GT on whatever his worst creature is, crashes in with 3 things, and it's not that bad for him. Yeah, Sarah is saying in chat, this is where Skull Clamp shows its true power, which is very true. This is why Skull Clamp is great in aggressive decks rather than more controlling ones.
Yeah, for sure. Wretched Confluence is a pretty good Magic card to have drawn. But cannot be... Oh. Choosing not to pay for it now. Or does it cost 6?
No, it costs 5.
Huh.
Yeah, that's a weird decision. I would have definitely gone for the Confluence here. Over the
Mana
2
Tithe,
life.
maybe?
Marshall does have Mana Tithe in his list. Although we happen to know it's in his sideboard, probably. I mean, I can see siding Mana Tithe out against Cass, honestly.
Yeah.
Oh, Thalia prevents it from entering untapped. That's right.
Oh, thank you.
It's one of the risks of holding that Overgrown Tomb in hand. Oh, and Cass actually just signaled that to us by highlighting Thalia and then highlighting Overgrown Tomb. Very thoughtful.
That's a night.
Got
Boy,
it. Yes, it is.
That Mutavault's a night too, huh?
That's fun.
What a fun world in which we live.
Oh, man. Okay. Woofa doofa. If Marshall can find an Anthem here, I mean, even if he can't, this is a lot of power, even with Hex Drinker.
Yeah, a game plan is being formalized.
Yeah.
On the one hand, I'm very, Cass now has a lot more optionality around what to hit with that Wretched Confluence. On the other hand, it's still a pretty brutal board.
Yeah. Student of Warfare, also a knight.
Oof.
I don't think Seasoned Talonblade is, but...
No, it's a warrior, I believe.
Cass also does, as Sarah points out, have Treetop Village back to block, so...
Yep, that is true. I think this probably has to clean up the knight and maybe cleans up Talia too.
The Hero of Bladehold?
Yeah, the Hero of Bladehold.
Yeah.
And then Atalia.
Maybe.
I can't imagine leaving the hero.
I mean, Cass really wants that Luris back if she possibly can, but I don't know if that's realistic.
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do with that Luris if you...
Trade with something, basically.
Yeah, like, trade with something and most of the board has first strike, like... Not most of the board, but a good number of creatures have either first strike or some sort of,
Not even going after the hero. That's... I don't like that play. I think the battle cry alone is just going to be really brutal.
Yeah.
Let alone the extra 2/1s.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, and Thalia also stopped Luris from entering untapped, so that's presumably part of why Cass killed Thalia.
Mm. Alright. So if looking at the mana on the other side, there are 5 planes over there, which means activating Mutavault, being able to flip, and being able to equip are all in play. I would love to... I was hoping to see a Mutavault activation in response to that.
That would have been very smart. Yeah, Cass is showing us how many of them are knights. It's a lot of them. All of them are knights, in fact. All creatures left are knights. Mutavault very much included. Marshall just gonna make this a... Oh, no. Marshall, my boy, you missed it. You missed it.
Oh, I wouldn't have pumped the knight.
To
Now you have
double
now you have to
striker.
decide, because now you have to decide between the GT and
Double striking the knight.
no, the Windburst Kites is what I'm like most
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
interested in. Is like I don't know what's underneath that heights.
It could just be
And if
something
it's-
bad, but
It could be something terrible, in which case like all of his decisions make sense. But it definitely looks like he's not playing to optimize flipping a Windbrisk Heights.
yeah.
Though, I mean, this could just be... That is a lot of damage.
What do you possibly put out from Windbrisk Heights here? Oh, I see, before blocks. I was gonna say Path to Exile makes sense.
The very last basic. I would love to see an Honor the Pure under that heights. That's just like waiting for combat math to be done, and then just surprise you're taking, 4 extra damage that you didn't account for.
All right. Umezawa's GT does it again. All right, let's go watch. Let's do Charles and Teddy. How's that sound?
That sounds great. Let me pop on in there.
Hey, can both of you please stream your screens?
I am here. I have to join through another Discord then, because I am talking on my phone.
Got it.
I can do that.
Teddy, can you do it first? We'll just...
One.
Usually we switch every game between players, so... Alright, well, they're getting set up.
There we go. Oh, it looks like we're here. Looks like we're set up. Woo! In the middle of a thing that's happening.
There we go. Oh, wow. What game is this?
This is game 1.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. So Ilharg has been breached. And this person can change the order of the triggers? Am I seeing that correctly?
1 sec, I'm
Oh.
setting up pairings. Let's see. Teddy. Teddy, I can't see your game. Daddy, stop. Yeah, Ilharg was through the breached. Then Hornet Queen returns to hand. What a play. Wow. I don't understand why oh, I see. Charles didn't take damage from that because Teddy wanted to kill Saheeli more aggressively.
Yep.
I love this through the breach just as a way of giving a creature haste when Charles's shields were down. And just like through the breach, get 4 insects in play, kill a planeswalker. Seems great.
Yep. Not much more it can do. That's most of the work it needs to do. Ooh, that's a great electrolyze. I like Charles's basics choice.
Yeah.
White border basics on MTGO.
White border 7th edition basics. Possibly the single set with the worst art of all time. The basic art is fine. It's most of the rest of the art that's just trash.
Yeah, and yet the world disagrees with you as the last tier of old frames. All the foils there are like obscene.
Yeah. Well, it's because they're like you know, in the old frame sets, foils were just way rarer. Like they're just a smaller percentage of cards were foil. And then also the white border ones got black bordered when they got foiled, so it's like it's the only way to get certain arts in black border, and the percentage is really low, so ka-ching.
Yeah, no, they are.
I like this Bolliged recovery, like sort of daring Charles to counter something that's just kind of a value play. But Charles is on the back foot. He needs to find a way to answer these insects. Although he does have Pyroclasm in his 40. I don't know if it's in the actual deck. Sorry, in the set of cards he drafted, I should say. I can check, actually. Looks like Pyroclasm is living in the sideboard. So, not super surprising, although given that I believe Charles is on the opposite team from the mono white and mono red decks, probably, and that Teddy has both of the 3-mana goblins, probably would have just played Pyroclasm main.
Yeah, it's not wrong. Hello, it is your friend, Ilharg.
Teddy doesn't even want to play it, just really playing around that counter magic. The one risk here with Teddy's line of being really conservative about counter magic, though, is that Charles can win out of nowhere. Charles is the twin deck.
That's true. I'd like this play because I am a big fan of the threaten you through the breach. So like this is a good like end of turn through the breach, and then Charles has to figure out what he's going to do about that.
I forgot that
the worst
through the
case
breach
scenario,
was an instant. Good point.
It being an instant is like really crucial for a lot of the stuff that the obnoxious stuff it can do, because your options here are counter it, or like the worst case he knows he's going to get Ilrog and Hornet Queen again.
Yeah. And it could be an Emrakul, which would just end the game.
Yeah, and it could be an Emrakul, right? Do you want to... Are you going to not counter the through the breach? That turns out to be Emrakul. So I like getting the through the breach. I think it is slightly more than a value play because it really affects the way that Charles has to interact with that. Remand is an interesting response.
Yeah, you're right. Through the breach was a great get there. But also,
I'm interested to see if he breaches here now. He does.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Also, like their choice to just cast Bolliged Recovery rather than Ilharg also means that like if it does get countered, it's not even that big of a deal, really. Oh, this is a sweet one.
Force of Negation.
Yeah, the force is sweet. Yeah,
that was a great set of plays by Charles.
Yeah.
And amazing that Teddy also had still good things to do and kind of take that engine of the Pyromancer off the board.
Yep. I wonder if Teddy's just going to go for the amulet here. One of the nice things that Teddy is able to do to sort of work around Charles's removal suite is, like with the Bolliged Recovery, play enablers that are that can get countered and not deal with the actual like fundamental gas in Teddy's hand. so that but that still need to be answered because otherwise they're going to sneak things in under counter spells.
Yeah.
Charles really battling it out here, keeping Teddy off of actually winning the game. Charles puts Lutri in hand. Ooh, Wildfire is interesting. It would put Teddy on 4 mana and Charles on 2 if it resolved. Looks like Teddy's just going to go for Ilharg regardless, though. Probably under the logic that, like, if anything's getting countered, whatever Teddy plays is getting countered, and
I would have gone for the amulet there.
I agree.
Continuing to have the threat. Like, once I did the math, I'm like, oh, they have 4 mana. They can threaten the amulet, and then the amulet pretty much has to be countered because they can activate the amulet the same turn it comes into play.
Yeah.
So it's functionally almost as powerful as just playing
Ilharg, and then Ilharg's still
itself.
in your hand if it gets countered. Yeah, I would have amuleted there. See an actual amulet here.
Yep.
None of these are combo pieces. If I'm Teddy, like, I'm feeling pretty secure in my ability to close out the game if Charles doesn't win in the next 5 turns. Probably fewer than that. Next 2 turns, really.
I like this split. This is actually like a really kind of crucial split. Because
Teddy is 1 mana away from the Wildfire to really punish Charles for that Pact of Negation.
I mean, I think this is still a very good turn for Teddy. They drew out the Pact, which means now that the ability to counter the Wildfire is really low, and I think that has the potential to be close to backbreaking. And we know that Charles just put 3 lands in the yard.
That's true.
Off the Factor Fiction.
Ooh.
So I think...
Can Teddy... Teddy probably can Garruk and Wildfire this turn, which is just going to be absolutely crushing.
Yep. You can see the cursor counting the mana.
Yeah, with this, Garruk, another really strong reason to have Utopia Sprawl and Fertile Ground.
Yeah, Garruk is huge with those.
It's funny, Fertile Ground doesn't get played in at least like none of the Magic Online cubes have Fertile Ground in them. I think it's one of the stronger 2 mana ramp spells because it fixes you for different colors over time. It interacts really well with anything that untaps lands.
And that Garruk resolving, I think, is a pretty clear message.
Yeah.
To Teddy that they can just go for this.
Yeah,
and,
I mean,
and expect it to kind of resolve and ruin the day.
Oh, vicious.
Wow. Wow.
That's incredible.
I have some crow to go eat.
Yeah.
I will...
Well, and, you know, Charles does not have that many cards left in his library. He's got to be, able to find Kiki pretty soon. I mean, presumably he doesn't already have it, because he hasn't done anything yet, but, and he's digging deep with the Serum Visions. But, actually, hold on. Can Teddy just ultimate Garruk and win? No, Teddy, no! Oh, no, it's their main phase. Okay, cool. Yeah, they don't even need this Inferno Titan necessarily.
I actually think they need exactly this Inferno Titan.
Why? No, Teddy! No! Teddy. Could just... Oh, no, sorry. The Wild Speaker's only +2/+2. It's not full overrun. Never mind.
Well, it got attacked down by the servo.
Yeah, but it can still -4.
No. it was at 4 from the untapping, and then the servo
Oh.
knocked it back down to 3.
Oh, I see it. Yeah,
And so
you're right.
if-
Okay.
If Teddy resolved the Inferno Titan takes out Lutri and deals 1 to the face.
Yeah, and
leaving
then
leaving 2 damage for the last of the Hornets and the 1 Goblin.
yeah, okay.
That's
and this
But I
is
think here we're about to see a twinning.
wow. That was a game of many backs and forths.
Wow.
Well played on both ends, although I think Teddy not playing the amulet the first turn they had 8 mana up was a mistake. I don't know if it would have been sufficient to win them the game, but I do think it was wrong. Oh, they're not playing
Yeah.
Conscript's Twin. Disappointing.
Yeah, it's hard to know whether or not they would have been in a better position if they had the Ilrog still in hand, and it looked like Charles just had the counter magic for it. Still had all of it pretty much every time, but hard to know at each point in time who has what capability in terms of countering and resolving spells.
Yeah. Yeah, Charles really showing off the power of drawing a lot of cards.
Yeah.
Ketsi is saying in the Discord that she's really feeling the lack of instant speed removal, which is something that, like, we mentioned when she was drafting, and she sort of got sniped from her a fair amount by both Cass and Kenyon. Although she certainly had more opportunities than she took to take it.
Yeah.
This is a powerful hand. Oh, we should switch to Charles's screen because it's game 2.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
That was a powerful hand from Teddy, though.
Yeah.
This is not bad either.
Honestly, yeah.
Although, I don't know if the Force of Negation matches up well with Teddy's cheap creature-based threats. Electrolyze and Chain to the Rocks do, though.
Yeah. Very much so.
Getting a Legion War Boss electrolyzed is not a great feeling. Although, on the other hand, electrolyzing a Legion War Boss is terrific.
But I think
Yeah, having
a lot of answers.
Yeah. Having Flame Slash, Chain to the Rocks, and Electrolyze here is just... It's gonna do a lot for Charles. Teddy does have a one-turn window to resolve, like, an Amulet, which would be really hard for Charles to deal with.
Amulet would be great. Luca would be pretty great.
Luca would be really good.
Though
Luca could
Luca's-
get forced. So could
forced.
Amulet, actually.
Yeah. So Ilharg, I think, would be the...
Ilhar can get
the
chained,
dream.
but it does come back eventually.
Yeah.
I mean, Rabblemaster leaving 2 tokens on the board is not irrelevant.
It is not.
We saw how much damage just the insect tokens did last game.
Yep.
I think that's one thing Teddy did really well last game, was just realizing that getting 4 1/1 flyers onto the battlefield would do a ton to forward their game plan.
Yeah. Yeah, and
Ugh.
Charles's deck is just 1-to-1 to 1-to-1. So anything you can do to try and...
Sarah says in chat that she just loves how fast Charles plays. Yeah, Charles has played a lot of Magic. Charles Wong is like a absolute old guard Seattle Magic grinder.
That's awesome.
He was, playing Pro Tours when I was playing pre-constructed decks.
Huh, interesting. No basic planes in his deck.
Also, Teddy chose not to tuck Ilharg here. Yeah, the lack of a basic plane is really strange, and it's potentially going to hurt with this Change the Rocks unable to answer some cards.
Yep.
Oh, Ilharg can't be tucked on counter. That's right.
Oh, that's right. He was countered.
Interesting. Recovering the Garrick and not the Ilharg. I think that makes sense. You want something that just generates value the turn it enters. I wonder if Teddy casts it into the possibility of a face-up Pact of Negation, or if they wait and try to land something else. Or just pass and try to let the goblins go the distance. But I feel like you want to, force Charles to make plays that aren't fact or fiction.
Yeah.
Wow. That's a rough pile. I do not envy Teddy's split here.
Ooh, that's gonna be a... Is he gonna 1-4?
There's no way.
I don't hate a 1-4.
Teddy doesn't know Charles has Kiki Jiki in hand. I like the 2-3 a lot better here. Like, it's still, like, makes it really painful to take the Exarch. But it just gives Charles one fewer card to play with, or to exile to force or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh man, Spellcaller would be good if Charles had white mana.
I mean, yes and no. Saheeli is just how the game's gonna end at this point.
Yeah.
Right? And
although
now...
Charles does need to be able to cast spells that are, not necessarily reactive. Teddy could potentially just attack a bunch of times with goblins and win. One thing that's interesting about last game, Teddy, we came in immediately after Teddy. Dig through time, brutal. Immediately after Teddy killed Saheeli with an attack from Ilharg. I'm not sure 1/1 tokens would have really done anything in that game. I think if Teddy had just smashed Charles's face with that Ilharg, it would have ended up doing more damage, enough more damage to close out the game, and Teddy could have just eaten the chip damage from the servos and not worried about it. But that's speculation. Things could have gone very differently if that had happened.
Yeah. Paid the life on the shock to be able to spell quell.
Yeah, I mean, Spellcaller can also just block, which is also very good here.
One of its other key properties of being a creature with toughness.
Yep. I've played a lot of Spellquellers for no value in my day. Oh, Serum Visions is so good here with Saheeli. Yeah, this Pestermite's probably going to seal the deal.
Ah, there's Pestermite. And Pact of Negation up, Essence Scatter in play. It's hard to imagine.
Yeah. with Pact, Spell Queller, Essence Scatter, and then Kiki combo to seal out the game. It's just, who do you want to watch next? We can drop in on Kenyon and Ketsi. That should be
Yeah, we haven't
interesting.
seen Ketsi quite yet. Sure, all the resources are right there.
This is such a pure control deck of the sort that we just don't see that often in this cube. It's really interesting to witness.
Yeah, I feel like my experience of drafting this cube on Roto has been much closer to, like, let's say, like a Val's type of deck, where people like to make kind of like big swingy changes in what they're doing, and this was a very disciplined control deck into a twin combo finisher, and then a very nice opportunistic addition of some very powerful white cards. And it's really, this game has been just a masterclass on playing an extremely well-managed control deck.
Yeah, and there's no way, even if Teddy has instant speed removal, Charles has Pact of Negation backup, and Spell Queller.
I mean, it'll hold it off for a turn, but yeah, I think that's going to be the end of it.
Well, I mean, Pact is just gonna stop everything. Oh, I see. You mean if Teddy had Pacted on their turn? Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
This is Charles, not Brian, Sarah. The other Wong brother. They're actually not related in any way. But they do call themselves brothers occasionally to Meisel people. All right, I'm heading over to another one. Hey, can you two stream your screens, please?
That's the correct one to give me. Sure.
What game are you on, by the way?
Game 2.
2. I'm down 1. I'll scream for you, Nat. Oh wait, no, I gotta do the whole screen, don't I?
There might be other more interesting matches to jump in on, though.
It's just you two are two people who we haven't watched yet, but
I'm not on a good showing here, if you can see from my.
This game is probably not long for the world.
All right, and Ketsi's down a game.
Clancy's down a game,
no.
and probably not long.
All right. Well, we can start at the beginning of let's see. So we haven't seen. Maybe we just wait until you two are finished with this match, and we follow one of you to your next match.
Yeah, it's done pretty soon.
Do you have a 1-minute follow-up?
Or maybe Ketsi will battle it back, and that would be awesome.
Yeah,
that would be less awesome from my perspective. I'll be honest.
It would be awesome for coverage,
or instead not,
or not. All right.
Yeah, I knew I had 2 counter spells in hand, so it seemed rough.
Yeah.
Well, I think these are the 2 decks we hadn't seen quite yet.
Some options,
but yeah, we can follow.
We haven't seen Val either.
We have. Yes, that is also true. If we look.
All right. I don't know who I'm playing next.
The old
Looks like
stand
everyone else is
arenas.
battling.
Val won his first match in 3.
I'm gonna take a little potty break, and I'll be back.
All right. Yeah, it looks like. Let's go watch. Yeah, it looks like
we
Dex.
at 7-0.
If Val could play,
You're
Ketsi,
6-1,
that would be
Kenyon.
efficient.
The one here says Marshall, but it's
Oh, I see. Yeah, you might be 7-0.
wow.
Good job.
Well,
Thanks, I guess. I mean, my deck has performed admirably
Well.
so far.
Let's see. So we have Ketsi against. It looks like Charles and Dexter are battling. So we can, Dan. Let's go hang out with. Actually, all 4 of us. Let's go hang out with Cass and Val, and then once they're done, you two can battle the remainder of them.
Okay.
All right, sounds good.
Hello.
Hello. The two of you are battling Ketsi and Kenyon once your match completes.
Okay.
And we will spectate you until then. What game is this?
I'm sorry?
What game is this?
Oh, this is game 2.
Who's
I
up?
won. I'm up 1.
Okay. If you go to game 3, Val, would you stream your screen for us as well?
Sure. It's going to be super wide.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry.
Uh-oh.
All right, cool. I am deafened again. So Val is up a game. We are on game 2. And
Quite the hand.
yeah, Cass is off to a quick start with a strong hand, so it'll be interesting to see where this goes. Yeah, wow. Team Steelers wheel is 7-0. I'm surprised that the mono red deck isn't performing that well.
Well, it has one loss to mono white, and I'd assume some amount of that is answered by the word Jite.
Yeah.
Um,
Although Dexter does have several artifact removal spells, but
that's true.
that's a pretty good attack.
Yeah, it's a not small amount of damage. And then, presumably...
It seems hard for Val to come back from this with...
Yeah.
I mean, if he resolves a fires right now, I could certainly see just outvaluing Cass, but any other, permanent is just going to get Assassin's Trophy, cast down, fractured identity.
Yeah. I could see fires into Oko, and then you elk the something.
None of these are good to elk. Like, elking
just
the...
fractured identities, and it's done.
Yeah. Elking the knight is terrible, because you just have... then they have... She has a 5/5 elk.
Yeah. That is also true.
I wonder if Cass cares about fires, or I wonder if she just fractures identities the solemn and smashes for 4 here.
I don't even hate that. I would just cast it down.
I think if you're going to cast it down, you want a fractured identity fires. Yeah, she's talking about that. Yeah, I mean, that turns off negate, I suppose. But... Yeah, I mean, cast down Assassin's Trophy is also pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh, Sarah's freaking out about your guinea pig.
Sorry.
No, Sarah just loves guinea pigs.
Oh, my wife is an elementary school teacher who had to change jobs because of COVID, and the school she was previously at was not allowing her to work remotely. So we now are living in a house with a dog, 2 guinea pigs, and a snake. So it's a full house over here.
Wow. Cass just attacks the solemn, I guess. Holding up negate. Makes some sense. Negate plus cast down plus fractured identity are gonna be...
I think fractured identity is just so much more powerful than what was in play that I like holding on to fractured identity for some really powerful swingy spell.
Yeah.
Or permanent rather, and then having to gate up for anything that's just like like a tooth and nail or something. It's like no, none of that, please.
Sarah says Cass is giving Val a ton of mana, so he can play something huge, so she can fractured identity it. Just get a Primeval Titan or whatever.
That is correct. That is a true statement. Come on, play Ugin, please. Something of that level. I don't want to spend Fractured Identity on a Solemn Simulacrum. Come on. Yeah, it seems okay.
All right.
Okay.
If Val can make a land drop here, this could actually turn the game around. It's also a lot worse for... Oh, damn.
How about 2 land drops here?
I mean, Cass is really priced into casting it down now, I think.
Yeah. That is 100% the case.
She's debating, though. Wow, is she not gonna? Oh, I guess it's actually... No, it doesn't work if she casts it down, because then Val just cracks Misty in response. So there's no way she can get around getting 2 counters on these plants. Well, no, she has to kill Avenger in response to the Misty activation.
Yeah.
This is rough.
That was a good turnaround. That was
Yeah.
a good turnaround from Val.
And Val is not cracking the Misty. Val is being disciplined here.
Yeah.
Guessing Val just chumps with 1 plant rather than trying to trade.
Yeah.
Especially because it gets Death Touch. These games where you're just pitting triggers against triggers is always really interesting.
Interesting. I'm surprised.
That Cass didn't just go for the Fractured Identity?
Yeah, I'm surprised that she didn't Fractured Identity with the land in hand and then get her own pile of 1/2s.
The thing is, 4 1/2s is just going to be a pittance against 6 2/3s.
Yeah, I mean, the first turn, her life total's not under a ton of threat, and Val's is.
It's true.
Is this the hoof?
Wow. That's got to be game.
Oh, yes. Yes, it is.
Oh my gosh. Wow, what a comeback from Val.
Yeah.
And through Cass's, like, unreal answer suite.
Yep.
Yeah, impressive. And that's 8-0 for Steelers Wheel.
Oof.
All right. Let's follow
Do you have a Moddy
Kenyon and
Mercy
Val, I
rule?
guess. Are they on the same team? Yeah, they are on the same team because they both won. Let's follow Ketsi and Val. That's
Okay.
who's playing next.
Yeah.
All right.
Not on your thing.
All right,
We're
I
going to
don't know
follow
you guys
Ketsi
by-
and Val.
I don't know you guys by voice yet.
All right,
I need to play Cass.
yep, you're Kenyon, right?
Yep.
Wait, there's Val.
I just
Val,
forcibly moved Val into here. You've been hijacked, Val.
Yeah, I'm here.
Wow, nice job stealing that game back, by the way.
I had it. I had plenty of blockers.
Cass had a million answers in hand, and you played the perfect threats to work around all of them.
But yeah, I can see it. I know like not to play spells because of negate. I gotta watch creatures, and then yeah, I think the mistake with the Avenger, pretty common one. Okay, let's see. Let's go.
See if my deck can win a game. That would be nice.
Shadowcat, right?
Yep.
Can you two both stream, please?
Yes.
Oh.
Dan, let's start out with Val's deck, and then
Sounds
switch to Ketsy's for game 2. Stream viewers, sorry about Val's incredibly wide screen.
For a moment, I was wondering if he played with his client in a different language because of just the very small print.
Yeah, the words are just illegible. Yeah, let's see. The actual cards in hand here are Primeval Titan, Migration Path, Kessick Wolf Run, Mountain, Wooded Foothills. Well, he mulliganed.
Took a mulligan. That's a surprising mulligan.
Yeah, I liked that hand.
I like that hand too.
Keeping this hand...
This hand seems much worse.
Yeah. 2 uncastable spells and a 4-drop. Preordained, Solemn Simulacrum, Faithless Looting, Forest, Kessick Wolf Run.
Yeah. The art, actually, I can tell the cards, just the initial look at it.
Yeah, I was more reading it for stream viewers who might not be as...
Bitter Blossom, or turn 2 Bitter Blossom's a good place to be. All right. I mean, it is when your opponent's not doing anything other than Bitter Blossom until turn 4. I guess you can just kind of do this.
I guess so.
That sort of works.
It's weird. Ketsy has a million excellent 3 and 4 drops in her deck. I don't know.
It must just all be reactive spells, or it's like a Ravenous Chupacabra and things like that, right?
Yeah.
That have some kind of relevance. Or she's super flooded. I also, kept a hand that has like a removal spell, Bitter Blossom, and 5 lands or something, and it's like seems good enough. But yeah, this is a turn 4.
Sarah, I don't know how much you were watching Val's draft during the draft portion, but he just did not take cards that cost less than 3 mana. It was intensely tilting. Ketsy does have low curve cards. I mean, we named low curve Grixis after her. I just think she's, I guess, drawing pro. I think she mulliganed. I'm not sure. It's so hard to tell with the text so illegible, but
yeah, it feels like a whisper would.
I mean, yeah, might as well use all your mana. Yeah, you're probably right, Sarah.
I mean, I could see an argument for compulsive research. I think that could be fine, but I
just think Val wants to get board presence.
Yeah, getting a threat on the board when your opponent has a bunch of like strong permanents in play seems quite relevant.
Yeah, well, we'll see Ketsy's removal suite now. I feel fairly confident in saying.
Yes, I expect we will.
Interesting no attack on Liliana there. I probably would have just
there we go.
Slammed Solemn at Liliana and let it trade for the zombie. It's a good trade anyway. Ketsy not quite at the point where she can Nykthos for value. You need 4 mana symbols to do that. And tokens don't count. Ooh, Smopter's a good one. And eventually she's going to get something really sick into the graveyard to Liliana back. I can't tell what the top card is. It might be the Nighthawk. What? I don't understand that. Smuggler's Copter does not have haste.
Accurate. That's true.
Val is also puzzled. She's just trying to trick Val into attacking with this Solemn, I guess.
I guess.
Dread Return and it is Nighthawk Scavenger. Probably not quite worth reanimating, although it's a very good card. I guess it's just a Vampire Nighthawk right now, which isn't great.
Yeah.
Val has nothing in hand that affects the board in any way. I mean, Uro eventually, I guess.
It gains life, which
I guess so. I'd probably compulsive research over Uro here.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Finds the land.
Now you can compulsive, I suppose.
Well, I believe Val's getting close on mana to
Tooth and Nail?
Tooth and Nail.
Yeah.
And
that's true.
That if that happens is gonna be pretty good.
Craterhoof plus Avenger is a real thing.
Although,
Ketzi Ketzi is short on instant speed removal, but if only the Craterhoof and I guess the Solemn can attack if Val does that. And that's not necessarily enough to really put the nail in the coffin. You got to just discard 2 cards here, right? If you're going for the Tooth and Nail.
I think Faithless Looting and Preordain are gonna go.
Yeah,
that's what I think I would probably pitch. So how does Entwine work with?
Which is the land.
Which is the land. How does Entwine work with fires? Do you just pay 2?
Don't know.
Huh.
I mean, it kind of doesn't work. It doesn't matter, I guess, because you can fires plus Tooth and Nail, just to find cards, and then next turn Craterhoof plus Avenger.
True.
All right. It looks like Dexter may have beaten Charles.
That kind of tracks to me.
Yeah, it definitely does.
Yeah.
And yeah, the question is how aggressively will Ketzi play around the hoof here? I know Ketzi does respect a hoof. This is arguably playing around a hoof.
I think it's just clearing the way for the zombies to try and end the game as quick as possible.
Also arguably playing around a hoof. I'm just going to claim that any play that is pushes towards winning the game is playing around Craterhoof Behemoth.
A fair and safe assumption. Grizzlebrand?
Oh, Sarah also points out that Val discarding a land to
oh no, look at that.
Oh damn.
Is that the game?
Oh damn.
That is the game.
Yeah, that's the game. By several life points.
Oh, Gary.
Sarah is pointing out in chat that Val discarded a mountain and kept 2 red spells in hand.
That is a true statement. And if that's not Val playing into the deck he's drafted, I don't know what is.
All right, let's switch to Ketzi's screen.
Clearly a deck like able to make some pretty powerful plays.
Oh yeah, for sure. But
that we've seen. But that I think was a good example of the type of game that we were concerned Val might see.
Yeah. And that's with Ketzi doing almost nothing in the first 4 turns of the game,
Yeah. Again, we saw the Slaughter Pact, and then we saw a removal spell for the Solemn.
Yeah.
So I think kind of that assumption that her hand was stacked with reactive spells to things that Val was not doing, like playing creatures or cards before turn 4.
Yeah.
Was a hand that had a couple of misses in it.
If I were Ketzi here, I would try to slant my deck much more proactive.
Yep.
I would play Cold Steel Heart. I would play Dreadhorde Invasion. Keep some of the reactive spells because it's good against Val.
I'd play the Aetherborn. I'd play the Messenger. Like I would go full
aggro. Yeah, Messenger for sure. Because just like, you're playing against a deck that just doesn't do anything until turn 1,000,000.
Yeah. Yeah, like I don't think you need the Despise. I don't think that's as
I like Despise just
wrong.
because it probably pushes Val's first play of the game horizon back even a further turn, which is really good, and because Ketsi doesn't have a lot of 1-drops.
Yeah.
But I'd probably take out probably take out some of the reanimation synergy. I don't think you need Dread Return against Val. I don't think you want to grind for value. Might take out Chupacabra even.
Yeah, I completely agree.
And put in Etherborn Nighthawk. Or you could just cut more 2-drops, I guess. I mean, Collective Brutality, I guess, isn't at its best here, but...
No, Collective Brutality seems like a fine cut, but I would want to be cutting it for ways to try and close out the game more quickly. Like, I think this is a great game for Geralf's Messenger.
Yeah. I don't love Maelstrom Pulse. I don't like the fact that Katsi has the same number of 2, 3, and 4-drops in her deck right now. I want...
Why? Like, Damnation? You don't need Damnation. Like, what... I understand that, like, it's a one-off out versus, like, an Avenger or whatever, but...
But if you're gonna just have 1,000,000 1-for-1s anyway...
Yeah. Because, like, what is this? Like...
So it'd be so much better with another 2-drop or 3-drop instead of Damnation.
I just think about, like... Val has real Haymakers and real powerful Magic cards. Like, if you just want to play, like, the 6-drop Haymaker game against Val, I do think that you're more likely to lose.
Yeah, I agree.
So... I would not have, but I think we can jokingly make a case of cutting Inquisition against Val.
Yeah.
The deck. I'm gonna snag his singular 1-mana card. It's not quite that bad, I think.
The trick is that Inquisition gets all the cards that Val can't play because of his color issues. I'm sorry, Val, if you're watching this later. I'm sorry we're making fun of you.
Oh, wow.
Pretty good Inquisition.
Pretty good Inquisition.
This is Preordain, Reclamation
Preordain.
Sage, and I'm not sure what that top card is. Compulsive.
Compulsive Research.
Yeah, taking Rec Sage so it doesn't wreck her Phyrexian Arena here. And there is that Fires in hand.
Yeah, I mean, Fires with a Compulsive Research is not a bad place to be.
Mm-mm.
Preordained to smooth it out.
Yeah, and Ketsi's hand is still not that fast, and so Val really has a chance to remain stable until he can start just absolutely making hay.
Yeah. I mean, there's no threats here. And that's really brutal.
Until Obliterator, yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's if Obliterator comes out on time. Obliterator's not guaranteed. There's no 4th black yet.
That's true.
I mean, Maelstrom Pulse will deal with Fires if Fires is the thing, when Fires happens, but...
But Fires is probably also happening at the same time as another spell, so...
Yeah.
Given that I'm guessing Val, probably drew another land somewhere in the 5 unknown cards in his hand, so he can discard a land, and, hey, Evan. Still land Fires next turn.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree that trying to grind out this match is probably not the way this would have been best to play.
Yeah.
I'm itching to reach over and dismiss the Island and the Fires invention, which are no longer in Val's hand.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
Good cards.
Good cards. A choice too. No Obliterator.
No Obliterator. Maelstrom Pulse or Murderous Ride.
I think you probably pulse. I think
Val's deck is so slanted towards fires. Yeah, I think it would be pretty rough not to.
yeah.
And I think Ketsi is choosing to agree. Or perhaps not. I mean, it is
running a real risk to not kill the fires here.
It is true that Oracle puts Val up on cards in a way that fires kind of can't. But what's going on now? What is this?
Passing, leaving up Murderous Rider?
Val activating Misty Rainforest here, which is generally not how you want to play Oracle of Moldiah.
Yeah, I agree. I'm surprised.
Usually you want to draw your card, see if you have a land on top, and if not, activate Misty so you can get, as much card advantage as possible.
Yep.
The thing is, Ketsi doesn't have Ketsi does have a stop on Val's draw step. That's true. So yeah, it might be a draw step kill. Ketsi is here typing a message to coverage. I think. Oh. Yeah.
Okay. So decision made to kill the Oracle.
Yeah, I do think that's defensible.
Yeah, I think it's a tough choice. I don't think it's like clearly one is that much more powerful than the other, but I do think I would have killed the fires. And we'll kind of have to see how that shakes out.
I think especially with the Misty in play, given that it gives Val extra shots at card advantage, the value of the Oracle goes up pretty substantially.
Okay. Champion of Wits. Solid filtering.
What is Val paying for here? Oh, that's cute. Look at that combo.
That's well done. That's what you want to be doing as a Fires player.
Yeah.
It's exactly what we were talking about during the draft. And this is a pretty niche interaction, but still a good one.
Yeah. Very clever on Val's part.
Yeah.
So Val draws 5 cards here, then discards 2. Ketsi's going to have her work cut out for her, battling back from card advantage and mana advantage here. Even if she kills fires, the fact that, Val gets to resolve, a 5 mana spell. 6 mana has he made a land drop yet? Yeah, he has. It's going to be strong.
I mean, the most brutal would be that would be the words coming out of my mouth, Primeval Titan. In fact, the most brutal thing that could have happened. Yeah, I mean, this is what Val wants to be doing. He wants to be playing very big cards with fires, and I think what we saw with Ketsi sideboarding was just trying to 1-for-1 this thing, which is just going to be really, really tough. because now the question's going to be up again: is are you going to get rid of the fires? Are you going to get rid of the prime time?
Yeah.
And getting rid of a prime time is like leaving prime time around when the fires, like, to get rid of the fires is questionable. But that's a much harder decision. Like, that one I think is much closer than the Oracle one was. So I'm there's going to be some challenges here. That's big. That's huge. Thoughtseize will really help answer that question of what to hit and why.
Yeah. Well, of these, only Whisperwood is really a huge threat.
Yep.
Ren 6 is good. Sweltering Suns is kind of irrelevant here. Migration Path is kind of irrelevant, except as a cycler. But,
yeah. See, with this, I would feel comfortable getting rid of prime time over fires. But I think it continues to leave around the question of, what are we going to do off the top of the deck? Or are we just going to get beat down by this champion? Just going to attack for 7. That is an interesting line that I did not consider, Sarah. That to Thoughtseize yourself and then to Dread Return the Grave Titan into play.
I just don't think a Grave Titan's that relevant here.
What's in the box?
Okay. I expect this to prompt a concession.
There's your deck for 2 creature cards. Well, Val can only play one of those creature cards this turn.
Yeah, but... I mean, it's true. Val gets an Avenger, and...
I assume Val gets a Hoof, and then just kills you.
Is that actually lethal with Crater, or with Keswick Wolf Run? Let's see. Hoof is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11... Yeah, that is lethal. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we could see how much Val wants to, like, play scared of Slaughter Pact, but the answer is Val does want to play scared of Slaughter Pact, which now gives Ketsi an opening to play Damnation.
Yeah, you have a Phyrexian Arena. If there ever were a Damnation that was going to do some work, it would be this one.
I mean, the problem is that Crater Hoof is still lethal next turn, even if Ketsi has the Damnation. Because Crater Hoof comes out, hits for 6, just on its own. And that's not even counting the Wolf Run. Wow. Goddamn.
There it is.
Alright, looks like the other match running is Cass versus Kenyon, so let's jump into there.
Alright.
What are the what game is this?
This is game 2.
And who is up?
I'm up a game currently,
All right.
but this one is dodgy.
All right. So Kenyon versus Cass. Kenyon is up 1 game.
All right.
Sarah, I agree that Mono Black has been struggling lately. I think that like Mono Black was really, really good basically immediately after Theros got released and hasn't really had any great additions since then. So it's sort of been coasting on its card quality from that point forward. What has happened since then is that the quality of Black X gold spells has been going up and up and up. So I think Mono Black with some splashes is still extremely strong. I think Ketsi is kind of... I think Ketsi is not playing that deck as well as she could. I mean, like, you know, we talked about during sideboarding that Ketsi was just not sideboarding in her sort of aggressive low-end threats. I think if she had, that game could have gone a lot differently. Val took a long time to do anything relevant. Ketsi could have really put him on the back foot when instead she was on the back foot. I think also, like, the fact that Ketsi is, you know, didn't pick up much green artifact removal beyond Maelstrom Pulse, that she didn't go for the really powerful blue cards when she could pretty easily have just splashed them off of Triome and 2 artifact fixers. Didn't go for the really powerful red cards. I'm not even sure Dexter took Kolagon's command. Card might just still be in the cube. So yeah, that was a sick epiphany. Which, yes, Sarah, you do get credit for calling that.
Yeah, that was a great call.
Anyway, all of that is to say, I think you can definitely build a very strong mono black deck. I think you're right that it's probably worse in Roto because you're fighting more for like the really good cheap black spells. Like in Table Draft, you have the opportunity to like pick up top tier black spells because the people, like the 3 people to your right or whatever, aren't in black, even if someone else is in black. Whereas in Roto, it's way harder to get like a bunch of the top tier black stuff. You're just going to be fighting with some people for that. I think probably a more multicolor black deck is better in Roto, but I don't know. I
are underneath that Ashiok. Ashiok, I think, has a lot of counters.
Ashiok has 10 counters, yeah, but
Okay.
no creatures. I think
Yes, I think the
now
last
one creature,
was-
pack rat.
I mean,
Kenyon is really going whole hog on the lands here, playing all different land arts.
yep. It's the full art Theros Beyond Deathland, I think, is the one that is the most tilting. It's so obviously different. But I mean, truly, all that needs to happen this turn is that, like, Kenya just needs to live.
Yeah,
Right? There's 3 cards left in Cass's library.
yeah.
One of them turned out to be Windswept Heath, which is probably not super relevant.
This Hydroid Crisis is not looking great either.
1/1 Crassus that deals you 10 damage functionally in terms of the number of turns you have to still be alive. All right. Well, now we have full information.
We don't know what order those 2 cards are in.
That's true. We don't know what order. But if we cast the Hydroid Crassus, we can get them both.
Yeah, that's true. All right. Well, that was a little depressing.
That was, yeah.
All right. Let's see if we can watch Kenyon's, I believe, last match. This has gone fast. I feel like the draft portion took ages, and the games are just like bam, bam, bam. Kenyon versus Dexter. Perfect. We haven't seen Dexter at all yet.
Yes, I love that.
All right, Kenyon and Dexter, we will follow you.
Sorry?
Kenyon and Dexter is the next match, and Cass, Charles is waiting for you, and apparently scheduled something over the end of the cube draft, which grumble, but
I mean, I'm honestly fine with just scooping to Charles at this point.
I would like it for stats if you played it out, but if you don't want to, I'm not going to force you.
Alrighty. Well, we'll see. Is this which Charles is this? Is this the Charles in this channel or the one in table?
I have no idea. Charles is logged in 2 different places, so I would just go over to table and start challenging. I don't know.
All right, will do.
Then Kenyon, you are battling Dexter in Shoulda Called Table.
All right. Then...
Hi, Kenyon. What's your screen name, Kenyon?
Hey, caller in. Exactly what it is in Discord.
Yeah. Yep.
Dexter and Kenyon, can you two stream your screens to Discord?
Call or ran. Add buddy.
Can I have no idea. Nah, I don't know how to do that.
Probably. But, in the column of channels at the bottom, under voice connected, there's a button that says screen. Click that, click screens, don't click on the application, and then click your screen to share.
I think I'm doing it.
I clicked screen.
All right, Dexter, you clicked on the application.
Click screen.
Oh, it looks like you got it now.
Screen 1?
Yeah, it looks like
screen 1.
I'm sad the only one of my matches making it on stream is the one I'm not favored in.
I mean, we've seen the ends of a couple of your matches.
It looked great the other 3 rounds.
Dexter, you need to share a screen and not an application. Otherwise, we just see a bunch of cursors all layered on top of each other.
Even when I have it
like
this?
Yep. All we see is cursors.
Oh, that's too bad. Stream settings.
All right, is mine good? Can you see my screen?
Let me check. Yeah, Kenyon, you're good. All right, Daniel, let's start watching Kenyon's, and then...
Okay, I think I got mine as well.
Sure.
I guess Cass and Charles are doing a best of 1, so that Charles has time to go on to whatever his next commitment is.
Got it. Well, that's a handful of good magic cards. And is great.
Yeah, that's true, Sarah. Although I feel like a lot of the delays were from new drafters, but I don't remember. Yeah, this hand is terrific. Even against a pretty aggressive deck. If Dexter could get a 1-drop out under this, like Figure of Destiny is pretty good here. Might just have to trade with Snapcaster. Wow, so Steeler's Wheel is 10-1. The only loss is Charles to Dexter.
Yeah, that is one-sided this go round.
Yeah, boy. All right. Wonder how hard Dexter plays around counter magic here. He could also pretty easily just play another 1-drop, and like if he's specifically playing around Condescend, play another 1-drop and level Figure.
Yeah. I'd be surprised to see playing around Condescend as opposed to any other like 2-mana counterspell, but
well, now the 1-drop can just get Condescended anyway, so might have done that in the other order, knowing that Condescend is a card in Kenyon's deck, but
or like Censor exists in this cube, like there are options.
Also true. Although Censor, I believe, is in Charles's deck in particular.
That is true.
I'm guessing. Well, now Dexter can play another land, which makes the Snapcaster trade less feasible.
Okay.
So Kenyon does have a shields down moment here. Drew a handful of lands where he didn't really want to.
Yeah.
Wonder what Dexter's thinking about right now.
Could be thinking about a couple things. He could be reviewing a deck list to see kind of what other counters exist across the table, to have a point of view on whether or not.
Kenyon is reviewing Dexter's deck as well.
Yep. So a little bit of intelligence gathering before making a play, which seems reasonable.
And here we have that Snapcaster trade.
Yep.
Phoenix of Ash is a great hostage taker target.
Yes, it is. It's really going to be a question of if Dexter has a burn spell for the hostage taker. If he does, he's going to be in great shape for this game.
Because Phoenix of Ash is just so difficult to answer any other way.
Yeah.
I guess Kenyon has the Exiles, 2-mana Exile spell, but that's about it.
Yeah. I mean, I think this is kind of like the big pivotal turn, is if there's an answer here for the hostage taker.
Yeah.
And if the answer is no, then Kenyon gets to just play that Phoenix and go to town.
Yeah, although Phoenix is a lot less good for Kenyon than it is for Dexter, because it still dies into Dexter's graveyard and then comes back on Dexter's side, and that's Kenyon can't pump it.
I still think you play it all in.
Yeah, I mean, because otherwise the hostage taker is just dying and Dexter gets it back anyway. But yeah, and now Kenyon is in really rough shape. I know he was worried about this matchup coming in, just because Beatdown is good against control, but also it's worth noting, like, Kenyon kept a really good hand and then drew nothing but lands.
Yeah.
And still was in a place where Dexter had to have the right spell to close it out. So,
oof.
A little bit late for that Sinister Sabotage.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this starts to get awkward for Kenyon because of, like, just the medium quality of red cards overall, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
What is worth burning this Sinister Sabotage on going forward. Interesting to trade away the land and not leave yourself open to pump. I find that surprising.
Yeah. Yeah, pumping is one of the things that makes Phoenix good.
Yeah, it's a lot worse if you're expecting them to be holding a removal spell or something. But that's clearly not the case here. So, I mean, and then, you know, even the worst case from there is, like, now he's also down the mana of being able to bring the Phoenix back, right? If you just pump the Phoenix and they, you know, spent, you know, Doombladed or equivalent, then you have 4 mana to rebuy the Phoenix the next turn, and I think enough cards in the yard to do so. So this is a surprising sequence. Maybe he's got an overwhelming amount of burn left, and it just wants to go face.
Maybe.
Or maybe none of these things are true.
Yeah, it's just, like you're saying, the median quality of red cards is such that Kenyon has to counter this 2-drop but it
Yep.
just doesn't feel good.
I think you keep the chart of course with a swamp already in hand.
Yeah, I think you're right.
It's not great, but it's...
Oh, he did. All right.
Those are also two very good Magic cards.
Yeah, that is true. Jace, at the very least, absorbs a bunch of damage.
I mean, not when he's at 6.
Yeah, but then, either it absorbs damage by minusing and forcing an attack, or it absorbs damage by minusing twice. Either of which is pretty good for Kenny. I mean, not great, but I'd probably just Jace -2 on the Immolator.
On the Immolator.
Because getting the Phoenix into Dexter's graveyard is... I mean, Dexter only has 3 lands, so it's not guaranteed that he can escape the Phoenix, but if he ever does, that's just... a 3/3 Phoenix is a lot more dangerous than a 2/2 Phoenix.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it looks like that's probably a similar conclusion. Bouncing the Phoenix, I don't hate. But I do think if there's a 1-mana burn spell here, like if there's a Burst Lightning to face, then the game's just over. And that's the risk about bouncing the Phoenix as opposed to bouncing the Immolator.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the downside of Immolator is that Dexter just sacrifices it in response to kill Jace. But the fact that Phoenix has haste is just so brutal. I mean, Kenyon's in bad shape, sort of, no matter which way you slice it.
If only a basic land with unique art could save him now.
Dexter also seems to be playing all unique mountains, so...
Yeah.
I mean, I don't blame them. Like, when I started doing this cube, I didn't have a bunch of any given art of a basic land, so I just went out and, spent 0.6 ticks or whatever to get 20 Zendikar basics of each type.
That makes sense. Yeah, my cube, I also had to buy the basics, but I had to buy them so I could loan them out, because they were all wastes.
You're saying that most people don't have 20 wastes in their Magic Online accounts just sitting around?
Yeah, that's... I mean, like 10 to 15, but yeah, apparently.
But everyone loved drafting Triple Battle for Zendikar so much.
Yeah, some people did. I enjoyed it. Really confused as to kind of what the various considerations are over here. 4 cards in hand. We know most of them aren't land. We know one of them is the Phoenix.
Arc Trail, 1, 2. Okay. Alright. I guess just trying to figure out how to get Jace off the board, and then there must be a burn spell, right? That's the only way that makes sense over playing Phoenix. Nope, no burn spell. But that is game for sure. All right. Well, pretty thorough drubbing from Mono Red there. Let's switch over to Dexter's screen.
Yeah, mono red, get a mono red. That is truly what we have learned from this.
Oh, Dexter did take Kolagon's command. I see. Okay, cool.
Yeah. All right.
I still don't like the looter in Dexter's deck. Magmatic Channeler.
Yeah,
I probably put in the Phoenix just as a resilient threat And I might put in the Valakut Exploration as a way of sort of shoring up card advantage without giving up too much on the damage end of things.
Yeah, I like I like those things. I like putting the Phoenix in as an obnoxious threat.
Oh, Magnetic
and
Channel is out. I didn't notice that.
Oh, good. And I like cutting the. I like finding room for the exploration, because even just like it's just gonna ensure that you either have threats or unused threats just become those last points of damage.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Shatter Skull Smashing seems kind of only okay here.
The thing is, it's Dexter's 15th land, so
Yeah.
like the fact that you can always play it as a land is so strong. Dexter, I think, sideboards nothing.
That is what we've seen. Is a decision that his deck, as initially indicated, is literally perfect, and with a hand like this, who are we to disagree?
I mean, this actually is a little bit short on ways of putting a lot of pressure on early. I would not have mulliganed it. Don't get me wrong. But it, like, you know,
yeah.
Grim Lavamancer is not the one drop you really want to see. This is why I'm not super high on Grim Lavamancer in aggro. I'll still take it in table draft and play it, but I would probably avoid taking it in Roto unless I was really short on one drops. Perfect on-time Goblin Guide. I would have played the Shatterskull Smashing tapped there, but... I guess, yeah, because Kenyon doesn't have mana up for
brutal
Condescend anyway. Yeah. The old Goblin Guide 2 for 1.
I was gonna say I would have loved to see a Thief of Sanity here that just turns around and gets. I guess it doesn't get pushed, but here we are.
One of the weird things about red in this cube is that, like, as much as aggro sort of has a reputation for being like less intellectually complex than a deep control game, a lot of people, especially in these rotos, because you're sort of so much more forced into particular strategies in rotos, a lot of people will draft aggressive decks and then just not play them very well. And I think it makes the records of aggressive decks look worse than they might otherwise.
No, you have a land. You have a land. You have a land.
He really does not want to play the Shatterskull Smashing, huh?
Oh, that should have been a Shrine of Burning Rage.
Yeah.
You just get to sit on it forever.
God, that would have been so
just
good.
To ride it to victory.
Because Kenyon has no way of dealing with that beyond Hostage Taker.
Yeah, it's. Oh, that was.
This is what I'm saying is, like, not that Dexter's a bad Magic player by any means. He's certainly not, but he's out of practice. And I don't think the super aggressive decks were ever his favorite. And there are so many edges, and you need every edge to win with a deck like this. And if you play perfectly, it's the best deck in the cube. But if you don't, you can end up losing.
Yeah, I think he also was explicitly the one asking, like, how do these work? Like, these are new and interesting and different.
Yeah.
And so he may not have, like, fully been like, oh, yeah. And
yeah,
most of them come into play tapped, and so he may not have realized that this one doesn't come into play tapped if you don't need it to.
Although if it did always come into play tapped, he was definitely supposed to play it on turn 2, so.
Yes. Brazy beat. Oh, Brazen Borrower.
Such a good card. As an aside, I adore all of the adventure cards, all of, like, the really good tier adventure cards in Cube. I think they're just some of the best additions in years.
Yeah, I agree. I think they're very, very strong.
They're strong, but they don't feel broken, unlike some other cards from Throne of Eldraine. And they like interact in really cool ways with a lot of stuff that's already in cubes, and they just tell a good story. Just great cards. This Arc Trail is looking really good, as Arc Trail is wont to do.
Yeah, it's gonna be good, conditioned upon whether or not Shatterskull Smashing becomes a land.
Yeah, I will say the spell lands are a lot worse if you only ever play them as spells.
Yeah. Yeah, this happens.
Oh. Well,
It's gonna be...
if Dexter can draw an Embereth Shieldbreaker
Yeah,
immediately...
He's not stone dead to this.
Yeah, I feel like the play here has got to be play Shatterskull finally, and Bone Crush. There we go. There we go. So he knows how it works. He just didn't do the thing. I would certainly Bone Crush here. One of the downsides of Bone Crusher is that it can get countered, and it can't get countered at this point because Kenyon's tapped out. But I guess not. I just feel like a 3-mana 4/3 is a better upside than a
that is the rub-ins right there.
Yeah, really.
casting the Falmire Knight.
Suspending Ancestral Vision, just like
spell.
Kenyon just stretching at me like, I think this match is gonna take a good long time. Although it's probably not if this Gearhulk lives.
Yeah, I don't need a spare life. This seems fine. Alright, well, he can clear the Gearhulk.
With Bone Crusher plus
Char.
Char. Yeah.
It's not the best news, but it would solve the problem, for now until the next one. And Kenyon's a little low on cards. Like he's
casting Chandra here.
Okay.
I'm not sure I understand what's going on.
In addition to not understanding, I'm also not in agreement with what's going on. I would prefer that maybe something different be going on. Because this feels like there's going to be a removal spell for a figure and a dead Chandra, and probably a concession in short order after that, if I was going to guess. No, only 2 cards. It's possible there's no spot removal. And we're just going to try and Char plus Chandra out the Gearhulk. Oh, there's also, I guess, an in-play Creeping Tar Pit that's relevant too. There's the Tar Pit. Just going to face. I would not recommend going to 1 with a Tar Pit in play and a Char in your hand.
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out some record-keeping stuff.
No worries. Okay, we have a Burning Tree Emissary. Digging for an answer. The answer we find is Lightning Mauler.
I mean, that double blocks Gearhulk, I guess.
Okay. So it double blocks Gearhulk, but what if instead you just leave the oh, never mind. That's game. I'd say if you leave the Burning Tree back, you play the... Oh no, you can't play the Bone Speaker because Chandra's already spent. No, you get the mana back from the Emissary.
Yeah.
You play the Bone Crusher, you get in for 10.
And then you chump with Burning Tree?
You chump with Burning Tree, and you just try and like go to the face.
Yeah, that could work. I mean,
That's like,
game's
you
over.
have to draw another burn spell, but instead yeah.
All right, Ketsi got a game off Val.
Okay.
Teddy is tapping out at 0-3.
Oh, that's disappointing.
Yeah, I thought Teddy's deck was good. I'm really sad to hear that.
I drafted a similar deck last time and couldn't quite get the combo pieces together. Mine was black instead of green, but had a lot of the same pieces on the red side of that equation. So I get it.
Yeah, I was talking to Teddy about general strategies before the Roto and saying, like, I think there is a good combo deck in Roto. No one has yet managed to make it really come together perfectly.
Yeah. Tooting my own horn, I feel like the Gyruda Reanimator deck was sweet.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
came
that
together
definitely
pretty
was.
well. But I think
Sort of
on
a
the
different
red
style of
side-
combo, though.
Yeah. Yeah. I do think the lack of haste on the green, and I think the lack of haste on the creature-based enablers is really brutal for those decks. Like, having to wait a turn on the Champion of Ronus, having to wait a turn on the Elvish Piper makes them very, very fragile.
Yeah.
In a way that, like, I think might be necessary for like design and power maintenance, but it is a potential challenge, I think.
Yeah.
I like
At some point, I should probably try out Lightning Greaves again.
Yeah.
It'll be
I don't know if it would like fix it, but it would be interesting to see.
Yeah. It'll be very interesting to see also what the the modcast has to say about this. Yeah, Sarah in chat says that Teddy's deck just didn't have enough stuff that was good enough on its own, which I can agree with. They had the two 3 mana dorks. I think also both for their deck and for Val's deck. Although I guess Scoreboard on Val's deck. Having like not going for the mana elves because they are anti-synergistic with one of like a single card in the deck is a mistake. Like Teddy didn't want them because of Wildfire, Val didn't want them because of Fires, but it turns out that casting Fires of Invention a turn early is still really good, even if you don't have 4 lands. And casting, all of your other spells in Teddy's deck a turn early is really good. So I think not having that quick acceleration to outrace the decks that are really trying to pose problems. Also, just being on the opposing side of the draft from the 2 counter spell decks is rough.
Yeah, that is tough. This is shaping up to look like a pretty strong start from.
Oh yeah, yeah, for sure. Unanswered Goblin Guide. Kargan Intimidator is really strong. Could just get pumped here. I also think that actually Teddy's matchup against Val is terrific. And they could very plausibly have pulled out a win there because they're both just trying to do broken stuff, and Teddy's stuff is just vastly more broken than Val's.
Yep. Okay, Brazen Borrower, stem some of the bleeding.
It doesn't seem like it's going to be enough, though. Can't block anything.
Yeah.
And this Searing Blaze is just going to be brutal. I'm a little bit surprised Dexter went for the Bloodstained Mire rather than just having the ability to Searing Blaze for full value on Kenyon's turn. I get that it sort of thins the deck marginally, but it seems like the concrete advantage of having full value instant speed Searing Blaze is probably better.
Finds the island.
Ooh. This is going to be another pretty good full value instant speed Searing Blaze, though.
Yep. Two targets, all the damage. Let's
Another
pump
6
that Daredevil
damage.
while we're at it.
Woof.
Or the Intimidator while we're at it. Put you down to 5. Brutal. That's some mono red. Getting mono red.
Yup. Classic mono red.
Hostage Taker's relevant?
Yeah, Hostage Taker is a good one. And Dexter doesn't have a lot of additional stuff in hand to really seal this game out. Never mind.
Oh, I see.
Yep. That's... I mean, it's possible that Kenyon could play out yet another really good blocker, but doesn't seem really likely. I assume Dexter's just running out Daredevil here to have another attacker. Yeah, guess not.
I don't hate that because if you assume that maybe there's a removal spell or a counter spell or a draw spell or something that's coming on the other side, I don't hate the Daredevil being around to like kill a blocker or something somehow. I don't hate saving it because just a blocker doesn't even do it because that blocker becomes a coward and then cowards can't block intimidators.
Yeah, you're right.
So there'd have to be some kind of removal or something there, but that's pretty much done.
All right, Dexter avoids a negative record, goes 2-2. And there is, I believe, one more match, Ketsi versus Marshall, ongoing.
All right, let's pop in.
Hey, folks, what's the record so far?
This is game 1. I'm about to lose. I'm just waiting because Marshall went AFK, and I don't want to... I would concede, but it would eat his sideboard time.
I see. So instead, you're eating your main board time.
I mean, you know, the match isn't really timed. Oh, I have experience counters. Oh. Does that change anything? Holy shit, hold on. I think it doesn't, because I don't... Oh, shit. Oh, fuck, I don't have its land. One land is not enough.
Daniel, Ketsi was telling me she is
like,
just waiting to concede until Marshall gets back from being away from the keyboard. But she didn't realize she hadn't experience counters, so she might maybe somehow be able to take
that's gonna come up
to win somehow. I guess looking at the board, she can reanimate the 2/1 lifelinker and double block Benelish Marshall with that and Murderous Rider.
Okay.
Oh, she went for the Fiend Artisan instead. That's surprising.
And what happens when Marshall just attacks with the flyer?
She can block that with the Fairy Rogue.
Okay, and she's at 1.
Yeah.
It's like
And then
so
she has
close
an
to being
upkeep.
able to hit.
Oh, right.
Like,
Yes,
to
you're
just
right.
gain
Haha.
life in my
Bitter Blossom
upkeep.
does have a trigger.
Which
Yeah,
I
it's
like totally,
like
except I
it's
need
possible
one
that
more man.
you know, Marshall makes an attack that is maybe not fully advised, but you know, even the student of warfare is a 5/5 first striker. So getting to the point where one of your life linkers,
Yeah, no, you're right. You're
is-
right. It would
seems
require
tough.
Marshall with attacking with everything to somehow not lose the
there we
game.
go.
Live by the blossom, die by the blossom.
All right.
So Ketzi down a game. We're going into game 2.
Okay.
This is where not having Black Sun Zenith in particular is going to be a little bit rough on Ketzi. Marshall has both Luminous Broodmoth and Selfless Spirit, which puts him fairly well positioned against Wraths a lot of the time.
Yep.
But Ketzi does have a lot of good stuff. I'm a little surprised to see her not boarding in Batterskull. I do think
agree.
that's pretty decent against a deck like Marshall's.
Yeah.
Obliterator 2 seems pretty alright.
Yeah.
It's just such a good ground blocker.
Yeah, Liliana the Veil's strong.
Yeah, although
Arena
it certainly gets worse against a bunch of tokens.
Arena might actually be worth cutting.
Yeah, I love a Phyrexian Arena, but I think Ketzi's going to be able to get card advantage without too much trouble. I love the Maelstrom Pulse. It's her only answer to GT, or a Skull Clamp. Like, to be fair, she does have a lot of really good cards here. There's nothing that's like obviously a cut. I probably cut Null Priest as well. I think it's just like too cute as a value engine for what she's trying to do, which is survive.
Yep. Yeah, I agree with that.
I'm not even sure I love Smuggler's Copter. Just because you need multiple creatures for it to block well.
I disagree with the Collective Brutality, especially if you're going to leave in the Dread Return.
Yeah.
Cutting Lily, I don't think is right either.
Yeah, the 2/2s are just such relevant blockers against mono white.
Yeah, and as soon as you start bringing back things like that, can just be good.
Right, especially with like Wormcoil Engine, Grey Merchant as both really good answers to what Marshall's doing. And yeah, Chupacabra's amazing here.
Oh no.
Perfect.
Okay, there we go. That's closer
Really
to
good
it.
hand. Send Grave Titan back, but otherwise, yeah. Sneeper. I mean, you need to draw some lands, but
yeah.
But like, this is the sort of hand that can just like answer Marshall's first 3 plays, and then
yeah, that's huge.
Get to a point where it can.
That third land is
yeah,
very,
yeah,
very
absolutely.
huge.
The Slaughter Pact is awkward here. Ketzi really wants a actual concrete removal spell, but I like something she can pay 3 for.
Yeah.
Drawing a land isn't bad, although obviously you would rather draw a 3-drop and then a land.
Yeah.
Maelstrom Pulse in hand versus GT is good.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah, I think that the...
that's a rough one.
Yeah. Not being in any rush to cheat the GT in.
Yeah, I like the Chupacabra. Do you think if Marshall just makes a GT and equips it to Stoneforge, do you think Ketzi Slaughter Pacts, trades, or takes it?
Slaughter Pacts. I think is the what happens. Ooh. God, they're knight allies. Why are they knight allies? And why are they not called knights so you can't even pulse them away?
Oh, brutal. And Ketsi just drawing land after land after land. First couple lands were good. Remaining lands, not as good.
Not as good. Ooh, this one's just...
You know, it's funny. A lot of the games we've seen from the losing team have been, like, really unlucky as well as other things.
Giving Gideon a GT because that's the world in which we live right now. Because he's indestructible and he can't not hold it.
Oh, I guess the knight gets a GT. So Ketsi does get to Slaughter Pact here, but it's just not gonna be enough.
Yeah.
Always sad to cast a Slaughter Pact when it would be better as a Dark Banishing.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Okay.
All right. It's a 2/3.
Also a magic card.
No, it's a 3/3. Why is it a 3/3?
Yep. There's an
Oh,
enchantment.
it starts as 1. I forgot its power starts at 1. What a fucking card. Unplayable in standard, but you know. Wow.
That's
just had it
no.
all.
There's no basic forest.
Oh god.
Oh no. Mono white, everybody, get on board.
Wow. Well, and Ketsi made Marshall made an Anthem emblem, which I like here. I think that's really strong. If Ketsi wants to get rid of her blocker, I guess Marshall's probably just going to kill the Chupacabra now.
It's an option.
The only just thing for Ketsi to have drawn there was a land, just to like make it very clear that like you just got varianced out. I'm sorry, that's Magic sometimes.
Oh,
Null Priest at least you can pretend is a real card that might keep you in the game, but it won't.
If you'd have chump blocked with the Chupacabra, then the Null Priest comes back with another Chupacabra.
Yeah, that would have been better.
There's no attack Gideon. See if you can convince them to use the GT. That was brutal.